The following is the procedure for public comment and participation. Individuals wishing to speak on agenda items must complete a sign-up card prior to the item being introduced. Those wishing to speak on quasi-judicial public hearings must complete a sign-up card and sign the oath. Sign-up and oath cards are available on the table. Individuals wishing to speak on non-agenda items may do so under petitions and requests from the public present. This opportunity is offered twice in the meeting, and individuals may speak at either the first or second petitions, but not both. No sign-up card is required. Citizens shall not comment on any issue more than once during the meeting. All comments except petitions and requests must address the pending issue, and citizens will be given 3 minutes to speak on agenda items. Next, citizens wishing to speak on the consent agenda must submit a sign-up card identifying the items of interest. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes to speak on the entire consent agenda. And finally, all sign-up cards and exhibits being submitted to the City Council shall be placed in the box on the table.
The purpose of the City Council meeting is to discuss city business, and proper decorum must be displayed by all in attendance. Public input and participation is encouraged. However, all persons in attendance shall comply with the rules for meeting procedures and shall refrain from any action that disrupts the orderly proceedings of the council meeting or hinders a council from performing its duties. No person shall interfere with the rights of others to speak, hear, see, or attend the proceedings, make threats of violence, disrupt the proceedings with shouting, fail to confine remarks to the agenda item under consideration, nor continue to speak after the allotted speaking time has expired, as these actions shall be considered disruptive and disorderly. The mayor shall caution any person who violates these provisions and disrupts the orderly proceedings of the council meetings, and they shall be directed to comply. Any person who fails to comply as cautioned shall be ruled out of order, shall forfeit the remainder of their speaking time on the agenda item under consideration, and will be requested to return to their seat. Persons who fail to comply as directed shall be subject to removal from the council chambers by law enforcement or such other actions as may be reasonably necessary to enforce these regulations. Notwithstanding, the mayor may order the immediate removal of any person from the chambers who possesses a threat to property or life safety. Nothing in this section shall be construed to limit or restrict a person's right created by the Constitution, law, ordinance, or regulation.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the City of Titusville City Council regular meeting scheduled February 10th, 2026 at 6:30. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Before we move on with our agenda, I would like to acknowledge the Honorable and former Vice Mayor Joe Robinson, who passed away just the other day, and I would like us to have a moment of silence, please. Whereas Joe C. Robinson, born July 18, 1952, passed away February 8, 2026, leaving a legacy defined by steadfast devotion to public service, nonprofit leadership, faith-based ministry, and the well-being of families and children throughout North Brevard County. And whereas Mr. Robinson first answered his nation's call in the United States Coast Guard, serving 24 years as a naval engineering officer before retiring with distinction, a foundation that shaped his lifelong dedication to leadership and civic duty. And whereas, following military service, he brought his leadership and compassion to the nonprofit sector as the executive director of North Brevard Charities. And Mr. Robinson's tenure strengthened and expanded these vital services for individuals and families in need throughout the community. And whereas, under his guidance, the organization played an integral role in the historic community, revitalizing efforts, including the restoration and adaptive reuse of the historic Carter House, a century-old landmark that now houses the Boys and Girls Club facility, serving underprivileged youth, preserving local heritage, while fostering opportunities for future generations. And whereas in 2020, Mr. Robinson was elected to the City Council of Titusville, Florida, serving until 2024, when he was selected by his peers to serve as vice mayor in 2022. Where he is known for his collaborative approach and focus on practical service-oriented governance that met community needs. And whereas beyond his civic and nonprofit leadership, Mr. Robinson offered spiritual support and guidance through his role as an ordained Baptist minister, bringing comfort and hope to many, and applied his academic background in business management to strengthen the organizations he served. And whereas his vision, compassion, and steady leadership earned respect across sectors and deepened the impact of institutions that promote the health, stability, and opportunity of families across Titusville and the broader North Brevard region. Now therefore I, Andrew Connors, by the authority vested in me as mayor, do hereby proclaim our profound appreciation and enduring respect for the life and the legacy of Joe C. Robinson and recognize his contributions for which forever shaped the character of our community. And now I'd like to invite Pastor Roger Hackenberg from Hope Community Fellowship to give the invocation. Is Mr. Pastor Roger here? Is he outside? All right. In lieu of Pastor Roger not being here, we'll just have another moment of silence, please. Thank you. Can you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you very much, and I appreciate you guys all being here. I know you guys are all passionate about this issue one way or another, but I would please ask that decorum be kept. Please no yelling or shouting while other people are talking, because it is important for us to hear everybody, and everybody will have the right to speak, but please don't infringe on other people's and their right to speak. Hopefully we can get through this before 10:30. I highly doubt it. But our rules of council state at 10:30, a motion by council will need to be made to extend such a meeting. It would be my ask of council, and I'm just letting everybody know ahead of time, that if that were to occur, that we would extend till about midnight. And then if we're still not concluded with city business, I would ask that we adjourn and then reconvene tomorrow at about 10 a.m. That would be my ask, just because I believe we'll probably be done with this item before, but there are other items that need to be talked about. And I do not believe government making decisions at 2 a.m. is considered under the sunshine. Because who in their right mind can come in at 2 a.m. and speak on an item? So with that being said, we're going to move through our agenda and let everybody have their opportunity to talk. But if we do run late, just know that is what I'm thinking. City Attorney, do we have a quorum?
Yes, you do.
Thank you very much. City Manager.
Yes, sir. The first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes, and we have 2 sets of minutes to approve.
Member Nelson.
Move to approve the minutes of December 9th and January 29th of the regular city council meeting.
Second.
I have a motion by Member Nelson, a second by Vice Mayor Cole. City Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Member Moscoso?
Yes.
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Mayor Connors?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cole?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Mr. City Manager.
Sir, we have no special recognitions and presentations. Under boards and commissions, we have 6A, Board of Adjustments and Appeal, and we have a semi-annual written report included in the agenda packet, and no action is requested.
All right. I don't see any questions of this board. Now we're on to petitions and requests from the public, non-agenda items. So if the item's on the agenda, please don't bring it up at this time, but bring it up when that item is called. Ma'am?
Hi, I'm Connie Milton. I've lived here in this area forever. I go up and down Sisson Road daily, every day. I mean, it needs improvement. It's used by the Titusville Police to get to the police department. It's used by KSC workers coming from the Space Center to Highway 50. The Imperial Estates Elementary School uses that, come down Windy Lee, go up and down Sisson Road daily. Pine Tree Gardens, the garbage up and down Pine Tree Gardens, which is right there on Sisson. I don't know if the city council can do something about that. Those folks have no other choice but to put garbage along Sisson Road. They have no dumpsters inside of the area. It should be called garbage gardens because they have garbage cans right in front of each one of their houses, their townhouses. They don't have access. There's 10 in each building. So if there's any way that the city council can have garbage pick up there 2 or 3 times a week instead of just, 1 time a week. There's been items out there now for over a week that I've been watching 2 giant piles since the first of the month, and they haven't been picked up yet. So I don't know if the city council can do something about that. Also on Sisson Road, the chain link area that is the city well field, though that whole fenced area is just overgrown, stuff growing on the fences. Some of the fences coming down. I know you fixed part of it, but all along there, it's just atrocious looking. The turning lanes need to be expanded. You approved or agreed to townhouses or more condos going up there, and they've got a lot of the infrastructure in now. They haven't built the condos yet, but they're going to be there. The traffic on that road is horrendous at certain times during the day. Now, the traffic study may very well say, oh, it's all fine. It's really not. So it needs to be expanded, like a turning lane put down the middle, all the way up and down Sisson. Do something about it. And then the turning lane from Sisson onto Highway 50 needs to be expanded. People are going off on the side of the road, trying to make a couple of lanes to turn onto 50, but that needs to be addressed somehow. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your comments and just some information. Sisson Road is a county-owned road, so it kind of limits our ability, but, I think that's definitely something that needs to be discussed, and I appreciate you bringing that up. In regards to the trash, we're well aware, and we ask for those things on a regular basis, I think, so. The trash is city, but the road's county, so. And I think that project might have been in the county that you're referring to, the condos, so. Ma'am?
Dr. Kathleen O'Rourke, I have a quick comment on your suggestion of perhaps closing the meeting at midnight. I would like to recommend that the entire Royal Oak thing be heard and solved and decided upon before you stop. If you're worried about time, feel free to move it earlier, but it is going to be very detrimental to those of us who have hired outside people to come and speak and be here, and it's not going to give as good a opportunity to get the full story out and respect the citizens. So I understand you're concerned about other items you said, fine, but keep in mind that this one should be completed before you go home.
I appreciate it. I think we'll get through the first items before we get to Royal Oak, hopefully. Hopefully in the next half hour, we'll get to that agenda item and we can hear it in its entirety. But I anticipate that one lasting a little longer. Mr. Johnson?
My name is Stan Johnson. I'm a registered professional engineer, and I bring that about because I'm doing some findings as a professional engineer that are not pretty. They're ugly things that's going on in the city. It's violations of laws, and it's been going on for many years. So I'm asking you guys to not to ignore these problems, and as you know, it was just mentioned recently at another meeting with the public, is that my correspondence, like when it went to Trump and the FBI, was completely ignored. I don't think that you should ignore these emails. I really don't, because there's crime that's going on in the city of Titusville in our departments. For example, false report by Brad Parrish and the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council, false report. No discipline, admission of guilt. It's bad. It's really bad. We're talking about millions of dollars here. So let's go into prayer. Lord, I pray for some truth and justice in the city of Titusville. I pray for them to be answering questions instead of ignoring the problems. I pray for several things. For example, the large culverts under I-95 that are not being used, that is against FEMA law and against FDOT. I wish the city consider that these are supposed to be used as required in the stormwater management plan. I also ask that the city of Titusville council members recognize the TEC, who also said, do not spray people with piss and poop. And this has been going on since sometime December 2020, not continuously, but when we have a sewage spill in a pond that has a fountain. This is not good, and it's against the public, and it's against the health, safety, and welfare. So I ask even the police department to cooperate with that. I'm not getting it. So I do have some exhibits, closing the prayer, amen, that I know are not, as far as I see that from reading it, that they're allowed, but you will tell me to leave when I just bring it up. So. This is an example that I have to sit down,
Thank you,
okay?
Mr. Johnson.
So I have over about 9 seconds left, and I'm removing myself
Thank
under
you.
duress. Thank you.
Huh?
Can we ask Kevin about the fountains?
No. Is there anybody else for petitions and requests, non-agenda items? All right, seeing none, City Manager?
Yes, sir. Moving on to consent, we have one housekeeping item. 8D, the award of contract for a Bayview Seminole project has been pulled by staff. We need to finalize the survey and also finalize some technical and logistics regarding the contract. That will appear back on the February 24th agenda for council consideration. Are
Thank you
there
very
any
much.
council members wishing to pull items A through C on consent agenda?
Seeing none?
Sir, I'll go ahead and read the titles for the record. 8A, Resolution Number 2-2026, appointing members to the Titusville Social Services Ad Hoc Committee. 8B, Change Order Number 1 to the work order of ACOM WR 016 for additional engineering services. And 8C, Trenchless Rehabilitation and Maintenance Slip Lining of Sewer Lines and Manholes.
Thank you very much. City Clerk?
Yes, sir, we have 3 cards, and Lynn Golden, and I believe she may be outside.
Okay. Officer, can you go get Lynn Golden? City Clerk, can you call the next card while we wait?
We also have Susan Pender, which I believe is also outside,
All right.
and then we have Stan Johnston.
Oh,
Susan's
Miss
here?
Susan, would
Okay.
you like to come? Thank you.
My name is Susan Pender, appointed to the Titusville Social Service Ad Hoc Committee. I'm actually sitting in for Gina Buckles because she's outside somewhere, so she has provided some information that she wants me to read. So the Titusville Social Service Ad Hoc Committee, Gateway to Nature and Space. The intent of the committee, to allow those citizens that utilize or who in need of social human services to first express their experiences, provide input on where services are lacking. 3, find effective and efficient ways to build bridges in those gaps. My personal utilization at the Harry T. Moore Center, she attended Zumba classes, volunteered at the turkey giveaways at Thanksgiving, assist the toy and food giveaways during the holidays, help people with facts and paperwork, attended community meetings and rallies, participated in repasts, presented grants and nonprofit workshops, conducted SAT and ACT training sessions for interested students, solicit input, get the firsthand opinions of the citizens as to where they are experiencing gaps and disconnects in the services. Also, get a clear understanding of the lack of participation in services and events offered. Soliciting citizens' opinion, direct interviews, surveys, focus group, archive data, and others. increased engagement, increased attendance for the citizens, understand how to generate interest for nonprofit organizations in having satellite office located at the Heritage Moore Social Service Center, and report findings. The number of potential committee members, direct background, new and long-term residents, citizens and service providers, younger and older citizens, females and male participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Lynn Golden.
Concerned Citizen Group again. Good evening, every counselor. Hear me? My name is Lynn Golden. I'm at 1100 Country Club Boulevard, Titusville, Florida. And some of my concerned citizen members are here tonight. I wish that the council, along with the city manager, considered 2 items HOC CBG funding will be first. Not trying to jump ahead of anyone tonight because everyone is here is important. But I'm not here to say who's qualified for the HOC committee. The original plan, according to Terry, 7 members that lived in the target area. Council Megan stated 5 members that would be considered in the target area and met the standards. Vice Mayor stated everyone met the qualification and all 11 would be on the board. Megan read perhaps the rules of this committee, HOC, and she was outvoted. Then the Mayor Connor appointed a chairperson. Not knowing your procedures when appointing people, I'm sure you have that authority. I got a few calls saying I thought we would have a meeting with Terry. She would go over the rules, the reason why this HOC came about, this program, and the people completed the application. I'm pretty sure that Terry was surprised when this took place last Tuesday night. When established a committee, the people choose who they want to be over them. Since this has been done, I would pray that on this committee we'll have things for the target area and bring about a change, not another added addition to their resume. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
The last card is Dan Johnston.
Okay.
My name is Stan Johnson. I'm a professional engineer. I'd like your attention. No, I'm serious. I want your attention on this. This has to do with what? This has to do with 4-log virus. This has to do with 4-log virus. This has to do with 4-log virus. That's when we get boiled water alerts in the city of Titusville. We get boiled water alerts too late. One of our businesses here lost over $35,000 because of this boiled water alert. Closed down the business. That's what this is about. I want you guys to do something about it. It's been how many years? 15 years? It's a long time. I think you all should discuss it and understand what the heck's going on here. 4-log virus. I do not know, and I have asked the question to FDEP, I've asked the question to the city of Titusville, who else in the city, in Brevard County or in Orange County or in any place in the city of that is comparable to the city of Titusville has 4-log virus problems? I know of none. It's time for you to take it, get rid of it. I know that Mr. Kevin Cook has been working on it, but this is a serious issue, and people have lost money. 4-log virus, and it has to do with colon counts of our drinking water. So what we do is we get boiled water alerts in the newspaper or word of mouth or something like that, and who knows what's going on? So So in other words, people are drinking the water regardless of the boiled water alert. We spend over 50% of our budget is spent on health, safety, and welfare. You should take care of this. This is a big issue, and the city has been negligent for how many years? 15 years? 20 years? I'm not sure what. I didn't find out about it until, I don't know, maybe it was 15 years ago. I'm shocked. I'm shocked, and I want you guys to do something about it. This looks like a step toward solving it, and if you have any questions, ask Kevin Cook. He knows what's going on. Thank you, Kevin. Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Any
Mr.
questions? Thank you.
City Clerk, is that all the cards? All right, thank you. Please refrain from the round of applause so we can continue with the business. Can I have a motion, Member Stokel?
Yes, just to clarify with item A, I don't think that there was any, I don't think Megan made a motion was outvoted. What happened was we had originally had rules in place that were for 5 to 7. Once we saw a lot of qualified applicants, we decided, is there a way that we can have all of them be on the board? So I think that's what this resolution is in reference to, is to allow us now to have all 11 because we saw those applicants. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Member Stokel. Member Nelson?
I would move to approve consent agenda items A through C.
Second.
I have a motion by Member Nelson, second by Vice Mayor Cole. Is there any further discussion? City Clerk?
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Mayor Connors?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cole?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Moscoso?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. City Manager?
Yes, sir. Moving on to item 9, ordinances, second reading. And it's item A is ordinance number 3-2026, the annual update of the 5-year capital improvement schedule relating to the capital improvement element of the comprehensive plan. And this is to conduct the public hearing and final reading of this ordinance. And Brad Parrish will read the ordinance for the record.
An ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, updating the 5-year capital improvement schedule of the comprehensive plan of the City of Titusville for the 2026 to 2030 horizon relating to the capital improvement element and providing for an effective date.
I thought you were going to read the whole thing, Mr. Parrish. I'm just kidding.
No, I won't do that to you.
All right.
The staff report is on page 887. We're supposed to provide a level of service analysis to you every year. We do this with the update to the capital improvements element, which is by statute required to be done. It is a schedule that's inside the city's comprehensive plan. It's a 5-year schedule of improvements that help us maintain and improve our level of service standards for concurrency-related facilities. And those are, those facilities are transportation, the capacity for potable water, sanitary sewer, solid waste, stormwater, parks, and schools. So you'll see on that schedule, there are some items that are pulled from our capital improvements program, which is part of your annual update to your budget. But they also include projects from other agencies such as FDOT and the county because they help us maintain a level of service for parks and for other transportation facilities such as state roads. We went through and determined that our findings are that the capital improvements schedule that was provided to you on your dais there's some tweaks to it since the agenda was published. So what you have in your dais is the final version. We believe that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. So projects and timing of the proposed projects in the 2026 to 2030 CIE or capital improvements element will maintain the adopted level of service standards in our comprehensive plan. Therefore, the proposed CIE is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan. We recommend approval of it.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish. City Clerk?
We have one card. It's Stan Johnston.
My name is Stan Johnson. I'm a professional engineer. My findings is the city of Titusville is committing fraud, false reports. Sustainability is not true. Obviously, I'm against this capital improvement project because you're not obeying the law. For example, I-95 has numerous culverts on it. I mentioned it before. I've mentioned it many times. And the city of Titusville is supposed to have drainage maintenance. What you have is positive outfalls over there, legal positive outfalls. Let me say it again. There's unmaintained legal positive outfalls that you're not taking about. Nothing in this capital improvement project has anything to do with it. In fact, is you're supposed to do it internally, and you're not obeying the stormwater master plan. This has to do with a lot of projects, including Royal Oak. But anyhow, the sustainability report was done in 2019. It was fraudulent, and it excluded information about drainage in the city of Titusville. Brad Parrish admitted his guilt, and so did East Coast Central Florida Regional Planning Council is also guilty of this. So what they do is they admitted this information. It's a false report. It's fraud. So what you've got is a capital improvement project that is based upon what? Dishonesty and fraud. I don't like what you're doing. I don't like what you're doing. That's why I write to President Trump and also our governor and also the FBI, because you guys are crooked.
Please stay on the capital improvement plan.
That's what I'm talking about. In other words, your capital improvement project is fraud, and it's millions of dollars that you're not doing, and you're disobeying the law. You're disobeying your stormwater management plan. You're disobeying all things. For example, guess what? The city of Titusville has put dams in the city of Titusville. These dams, none of them were surveyed to show what they flood. That's against the law. My goodness, what in the world? You put dams up, you don't tell what they flood. You don't care. That's a illegal taking of property. The city of Titusville is in trouble. And I'm asking, I've prayed for you guys to think about it and answer questions. You're not going to answer questions because you just want to let it ride. Pat yourself on the back. It's not the right thing to do. You need to take action and obey the law. Any questions? I would think you would have some questions. Okay, no applause.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
So, City Clerk, that concludes the cards, correct? All right. Member Moscoso?
Yes, thank you. Brad, on page 890, it talks about the level of service for area 2, 3, and 4, and Cocoa. It says the resources there are sufficient system capacity for future water demands through the year 2035. It says these may include constructing additional wells permitted as part of the city's approved consumptive use permit. So I noticed that we do have the availability, but it sounds like we need to be possibly looking into building new wells. And so when I look at the capital improvement schedule, where is that located? Because I see we have well fill improvements. Does that include constructing new wells? And we also have water system expansion. So where would that fall?
Well, 2035 is outside the 5-year here. So this is what you're referring to is a reference to the water supply facilities plan that was completed in 2023 as required by state statute for us to be consistent with the Water Management District's master plan. That report that was completed basically is a monitoring tool. So as far as specifics as long-term plans beyond that 5-year horizon of what we should be doing, I'd have to defer to the Public Works to answer that question for you, but it is something that we will have to look into. So the plan itself, or the report that was done back then, was basically telling the city that we need to monitor this and we need to be planned for it, probably longer term. But as far as this CIE, it only includes the 5-year.
Because here it mentions Antigua Bay, which I think is Tranquility, and Verona, Willow Creek. Those are like the bigger projects. But I think it's just important if we know that we have the ability to get more water, we just need to look into wells to start planning and to know that. And so that's just where I was curious. about kind of what the cost is, what we're doing, where we're looking at that area. I had the opportunity with Mr. Myjack to go tour Farmington up in Volusia County, and it's beautiful up there, and it was really neat to see how that all works. But it just got me thinking about the different wells, and then reading this, obviously we have the CUP, but we need to make sure we have the wells to be able to get those resources.
Just to further answer, we could look at the water plan does have a 10-year planning horizon in the study itself. It's not in your agenda. That's
Okay.
something we'd have to get back and look at.
Okay. And I have one more question, if that's okay. It says also that, and I did speak briefly to I think the city manager. It has $20,000 for stormwater. Could you just explain what that means? Because we have all the, just so everyone knows, we have different, the capital improvement plan, and we have, what we're going to be spending the money on. So, potable water, sanitary sewer, and then stormwater, it says 20,000. I know that we are allotting more. And so could you just speak to that, what that 20,000 means and what we're actually going to be spending on stormwater this year or in the next 5 years?
For the next 5 years, I'd have to look at I don't have that information in front of me.
So we don't know what projects we have. Do we know what projects we have for stormwater improvement for the next 5 years? Because I don't see them listed.
So the list of projects that are inside the CIE are only related to those that affect a level of service. There may be additional projects that are inside the capital improvements program that aren't level of service related, that are inside our budget. That I would have to look into.
Okay.
So that I don't have that here in front of me for the CIE.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from council? Brad, I just had one question, and it's more of a technical one. So I know we get money from the state to do some of these road projects and things like that. So when you say fiscal year 26, are we talking state fiscal year or our fiscal year?
I believe their fiscal year is the same as ours.
It starts in July.
We're on
Yeah.
the federal schedule.
Yeah.
We're on from 1 October to 30 September, and that's what we're referencing.
Yeah, we look at their 5-year work plan.
Because, yeah, there could be overlap, but depending on what year it's being calculated. 'Cause I was
possible.
looking at some of these road projects, and I was like, I think that was already done. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. So I just wanted to ask that question. All right, any further questions from council? Seeing none, city clerk, can I have a motion?
Move to approve ordinance number 3, 2026, the updated 5-year capital improvement schedule.
Second.
I have a motion by Member Nelson, second by Vice Mayor Cole. City clerk?
Mayor Connors,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cole,
Yes.
Member Stokel,
Yes.
Member Moscoso,
Yes.
Member Nelson.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. City manager?
Yes, sir. Moving on to 9B, the Comprehensive Plan Amendment, CPA number 2-2025, Gemini Lakes, also known as Royal Oak. And the action is for council to take action on the transmittal of the Comprehensive Plan Amendment application number 2-2025 to the State of Florida's Land Planning Agency for review. And Brad Parrish is here to present that item.
So before you tonight is a public hearing to consider transmitting a comprehensive plan, a large-scale comprehensive plan, to the state for review. This amendment is required to be transmitted to the state if we are going to adopt this amendment. This is a first step that you must do if it is going to be adopted. So this is not an adoption hearing. This is just a hearing to consider whether to transmit it to the state for their review. And what the state is going to do is review an amendment that basically determine whether it's going to have an impact on a state resource. So various state agencies will review this and provide comments to us. We'll go through what's called an expedited review. This is required for any comprehensive plan amendment for a map amendment that is 50 acres or more. And that is, in this case, is about 149 acres. The state will, in addition to Florida Commerce, which is the state land planning agency, they will send this amendment, or we have to send this amendment to the various agencies, including the Water Management District, FDEP, and various other agencies. And they have about 30 days to provide their responses to us. If there are no objections, then it's simply for us to consider and adopt. If they believe that there are some objections or some concerns or impacts to state resources, they will note that into a report to us. They may have comments They may be general, that may only be just recommendations that don't have any effect. But if there are objections, substantial objections, then we will have to address those, or the applicant will have to address those before we can adopt this and send this back to the state. What you have in your agenda on page 913 is the beginning of the staff report. The application that was submitted to us was a request to amend the comprehensive plan future land use map by amending the recreation and conservation future land use designations to the low-density residential land use category on this property. The Royal Oak Golf Course is about 149 acres. It has 2 land use categories on there. If you're not familiar with the recreation land use, it is just that. I mean, it's primarily just for recreational uses. Conservation is what it's entitled to, mostly for a holding category or protection category for conservation areas. When you overlay these categories onto the property, it does not generally overlap. Eye for eye on everything that you see on that property. There are floodplains on the property. There are no wetlands identified that are jurisdictional. There are ponds that are stormwater related on the property. And there are some grass areas and some trees on the property as well. The change of this amendment is sent to the state, no objection and no concerns, and then it comes before you for further public hearings to adopt. If it is adopted, then the new land use category will be the low density residential, which will entitle the property to 5 residential units per acre. The applicant also is requesting to rezone the property from the general use and open space recreation zoning districts to a tailor-made zoning district called planned development. So currently there are 2 zoning districts on the property. General use is the primarily an agricultural zoning district that is underneath the recreational land use. The open space and recreation zoning district is, as it states, open space and recreation, and that is located underneath the conservation land use. If both of these are removed at the adoption hearings, then they'll be replaced as proposed, if you concur with what's been presented, with the planned development zoning district, which will have attached to it a master plan that will govern the property for future development. Just so you know, that the master plan that is attached to this PD rezoning is just that. It is not a site plan. It's not a detailed engineered site plan that proves the consistency with our site plan requirements. It is a master plan that is to demonstrate to you compliance with the PD requirements of the code. The recommendations, which I'll iterate later on after my presentation, is to transmit the amendment to the State Land Planning Agency, which in this case is Florida Commerce, as proposed, to replace the recreation and conservation land use designations with the low-density residential future land use designation. So this is not a consideration of the rezoning. The action tonight, again, is just about the comprehensive plan amendment. The second option we're suggesting in our staff report is to not transmit at this time and direct the staff to initiate a small area study to guide the redevelopment of the area. This was something that was suggested to us by a planner who provided a letter to us in reference, referring to certain policies in our comprehensive plan. Planners determined that to be a legitimate option, and we put that in our recommendation as an option for City Council. I do want to read what the policy says in our future land use element related to that. Future Land Use Element Policy 1.1.2 specifically states, the city shall prioritize specific areas of the city to conduct studies and/or plan to provide the data and analysis for the development of the character district goals, objectives, and policies. It's very broad. That basically means is that you can do a study to determine what land use category you would like to see on a particular piece of property. And this is a good case for that. There have been other examples around the city where there's some cases where there's large pieces of property. You're trying to determine what the holding category should be on that property. And so you want to do a study to see what could be the capacity, what could be an impact to our concurrency related facilities, and other questions you may have to determine what is an appropriate land use category to put on this property. In 2017 or 2016, there was an similar attempt to do a redevelopment on a golf course. The city council at that time did ask us to do a moratorium, which was adopted, in order to allow us to do a study. So there was a similar study done back then. And the study included just what the existing entitlements are on the property. And this looked at both the Royal Oak Golf Course and the Lasita Golf Course. Those are the only 2 remaining golf courses in the city. So we looked at that. We looked at other examples of redevelopments around the region. We also provided in that report a some suggestions of moving forward next, and some of them were to go forward with public participation, in other words, allowing the staff to work with the community to find out what their concerns are and what they would accept, and what input they can provide to us that we can give back to City Council at that time. The direction we received from City Council was to go forward with an ordinance, and we drafted an ordinance that was very in-depth, that provided parameters in the event that someone wanted to redevelop a golf course. That ordinance included several things, such as a master plan requirement, if anything was going to be triggered for new development on there. And if any piece was going to be divided, the whole thing would have to be put into that master plan. That ordinance also listed the approved uses. It emphasized conservation subdivision design as a tool. There was a 75-foot buffer requirement. It could go down to 50 feet. There was a trail. There was even a allowance for commercial uses inside certain areas of the golf course redevelopment area. There was a maximum height of 35 feet and 50 feet max that could go any further than that prohibited anything going more than that. So that ordinance was a result of a study. That ordinance did not get adopted at that time. So if you decide to go forward with the second option, we're recommending inside our staff report, we could do something similar, or we could do something similar to other studies that have been conducted by the city that are more in depth. And that study could come back to you with recommendations that you would want to do with further action, whether that be maybe another ordinance or whatever, or maybe specifically identifying a particular land use on a particular property. So that is my explanation of the second option in our recommendation. The staff report, we reviewed this application for the land use, consistency with the land use. We did not provide information on our staff report for consistency with the zoning. So because, again, this is just a hearing just to transmit the application to the state for review. The applicant is asking for this land use category ultimately to have the PD rezoned on, a PD put onto this property, the planned development zoning on this property with a master plan to allow up to 511 residential units. This was an initial request to go to 547, but since this was brought I'm sorry, let me state here. The applicant provided a revised concept plan on January 15th of this year with changes addressing comments received from the public that a community meeting they held earlier that month. The revised plan retains the layout of the previous plan, but reduces the number of townhomes units and adds a large central lake next to the central park and clubhouse. With this latest concept plan, which I'll identify in your packet, the total number of proposed residential units has been reduced from 547 to 511. Our findings have not changed in our staff report. This was brought to the Planning and Zoning Commission on January 21st. The commission recommended to not approve the transmittal of the amendment and instead to direct staff to conduct a small area study to guide redevelopment of the area. Just one moment. So we did go through in our staff report, which I won't go in detail here, but I'll just point out that we reviewed it consistent with the criteria for a land use amendment. And we provided our analysis. The following is an analysis of the consistency of the request with the city's comprehensive plan. The request for comprehensive plan amendment and rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and more specifically with the following objectives and policies of the comprehensive plan. So we started on page 6 and 7, you'll see where we've provided some analysis on policies that we thought were most relevant to this request. I'm sorry, page 6 of the report, excuse me. So again, on page 924, you'll see on the staff report, 924 of your packet, which is the last page of the staff report, again, it was recommending that this be transmitted to state for the state to review it, or to not transmit and do a study if that is the option of council. I will point out to some maps and some other exhibits in the agenda. On page 925 of your packet, you'll see the map of the property, an aerial. On page 926, you'll see the future land use, what it looks like currently on the left side of the screen and what it will look like on the right side of the screen. You can see that the low-density residential land use category is consistent with the adjacent land use categories. The surrounding neighborhoods also have the low-density residential land use category. The applicant did initially request a high-density residential land use category. We did work with them to see if that was really appropriate. We thought there were some issues with that. Maybe in some areas it might be appropriate because there is high-density residential near this property, but not the entire golf course. And so the applicant decided to go amend their application and request the low-density residential because the 5 units per acre is above what they're actually asking for, which is about 3.7 units per acre. So again, if this land use amendment is transmitted and we get the response back and you go forward with the adoption, you adopt the land use amendment, then the rezoning would restrict it even further because of the master plan. I'm just going to point out some exhibits on the agenda. The master plan is on page 951. You'll see 3 different master plans. That is because there was one that was originally given to us, then it was revised, and we asked them to provide where the changes happened in a bubble form. But on page 951 is the final version, according to the applicant. We reviewed it and includes the 511 residential units. We did not see any issue with that or any need to warn us to change our staff report. So you'll see on page 951, the master plan, where it has several entrances into the property. It has single-family lots and several townhome lots. So all of this, if this is approved, the master plan would guide development, and they would have to go through the platting process to subdivide this entire property, whether that might be in one plat or several phases. There are recreational components throughout this master plan identified here. I know the applicant has a presentation. They will describe many of the amenities of those open space areas. In addition to this, in your agenda, you will see a landscape plan, which is on page 1079 of your packet. And that is basically a plan that identifies where existing trees are, which trees will be removed to allow for the development, which trees will be preserved. The school district did provide a concurrency report, and they did not find an impact to school facilities. There is an environmental report on page 1116 of your packet. The applicant even provided a pesticide analysis report, which is on page 1151. A traffic study, which is very thorough, on page 1170 of your packet. I think one thing to consider when it comes to traffic is one concern that we had was that the subdivisions shouldn't all dump out onto the collector road because of the number of units. We believe that this should be dispersed with additional entry points and exit points. That way you disperse traffic more appropriately throughout. The last exhibit is the preliminary stormwater report that the applicant provided, which is on page 1313 of your packet. And we do have Corbeno Fosso, who's our city engineer, to provide any answers to questions you may have about the preliminary stormwater report that was provided to us. Again, the applicant is also here to answer any questions about it. With that, I'll try and answer any questions you have. I know that was a lot, and I know the applicant's going to want to present something as well.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish. Now we'll have the applicant come up. After the applicant speaks, I would like to hear from the public because I'm sure council will have plenty of questions, but I want to make sure that the public has an opportunity to speak, and I'm sure we'll think of questions to ask as the public speaks as well. So, floor is yours.
Thank you. We have a PowerPoint. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Kim Rosenko with the law firm of Lacey Rosenko. I'm here on behalf of the owner of the property and of the applicant. We are here to present the comprehensive plan amendment and also to discuss the master plat because you are allowed to rely upon that in making your decisions here under your code of ordinances. With us, we have many of our consultants. Josh Long will do most of the presentation tonight. Josh is an AICP certified planner with over 25 years of experience. Bruce Moya is with MBV, engineer with over 40 years experience, and James Taylor, a traffic engineer with over 25 years of experience. They are all here tonight. Mr. Parrish talked about what they have provided. It's all in your packet. I know there's been quite a bit of information about stormwater and questions about it. Mr. Moya did do a 240-page study that's in your packet, and he can answer any questions you may have. Again, this is really a comprehensive plan amendment and what is appropriate for this area. And with that, Mr. Long will take you through the PowerPoint. I'll come back up with a few points, and then if you have questions of any of our consultants. I did provide at P&Z all of the resumes, so they should be in your packet as well. And I will provide the PowerPoint to the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, Josh Long, 105 Northeast 1st Street, Delray Beach. I'm with Coulter. So as Kim mentioned, I'm going to go through a detailed presentation of our project, and I know there'll be questions after. So Brad summarized the applications we submitted, and just to be very clear, the only application on the agenda tonight is the comprehensive plan map amendment. So a little bit of history about Gemini Lakes. So as everybody knows, the golf course closed about 12 to 13 years ago. Then Reed Property Group purchased that, and they filed an application directly to the, or a pre-application directly to the city for about 1,000 units. That was not received very well at all, and they decided they needed to find a Florida-based developer that understood development in Florida. They did the research, and then they entered into a purchase contract with Coulter in October of '23, and that's where I step in. So I began working on this project in November of '23. I immediately reached out to some of the opposition leaders, sat down in their house and discussed what we were going to do, which was essentially start over and do a proper plan. And the first thing that we did was a neighborhood outreach meeting. We sent over 1,000 postcards to everybody. We had a information type gathering meeting where we had all of our consultants in one room and allowed people to come in and just speak to us and tell us what their concerns were, what their issues were, if the property was developed, what they would want to see. And we took all that information in. That meeting occurred on January 11th. We spent a couple months evaluating that, evaluating some other very key important planning documents, which I'm going to address in a little bit. And then we had a more presentation, theater-style presentation at the Grove Church on April 29th. As you can see, the number of attendees are there. The numbers are higher than what are there. This is who actually signed the sheet. There were people who didn't want to give their name, and that was fine, but these are people who signed the sheet. And so we had that presentation at the Grove Church, well over 2 hours, where we had each of our consultants go into great detail to address the concerns that we had. And all of our consultants have drafted comprehensive analysis and reports and studies, which have been part of the record and were submitted to the city in April 3rd of last year. And then finally, before we started our public hearings, we had another neighborhood outreach meeting on January 8th, where we had about 80 attendees, and that's where we went over our most recent concept plan with everybody. So the request that we have today is a large-scale. Brad went over all of this, so I'll go really quickly through this for 147 acres. But real quickly, just the neighborhood data. So as you see on the screen there, the area in red is the Gemini Lakes project, 147 acres, 511 units, which is of 3.47 units per acre. We do have 26.69 acres of lake. That's the surface area of the lake. And then we have multiple parks, which I'll get into detail later. So the area in yellow is what we're calling the Royal Oak neighborhood. And this is 264 acres. They've got about 1,153 units at a 4.3 density units an acre with 11.39 acres of lake. They do not have any parks. And this consists of 14 historic subdivision plats and 32 townhome condo buildings, all in that yellow area. So that's essentially what we're calling the neighborhood area. So these are the existing land use. Brad broke down and described those before. So this is what our request is for a low-density residential across the entire 147 acres. And this would be a comparison of the before and after. So in Brad's staff report, and Brad mentioned this before, but staff does have a positive findings for our application and recommending approval. We agree with those findings, particularly the very important urban sprawl analysis, which is one of the most important when you get into a large-scale future land use map amendment. City staff did not find that the application would encourage any sprawl. And then we go through the other key elements of the comp plan. Once again, these were all positive findings from staff. We do agree with those positive findings as well. And then we're getting back to the neighborhood meetings. And before we get into the detail of those neighborhood meetings, I do want for the record to present to the clerk that we do have support from over 250 Titusville residents here in this binder for you. Okay, so now I'm going to jump back in time to January 11th. So this was the neighborhood outreach meeting that we had. This is when we had all of our consultants sit around, and this is when a lot of the residents were still talking to us. And so they gave us all of their opinions, good, bad, ugly. They filled out these cards. They spoke to everybody in great detail. And this is the information that kicked off our planning initiative, right? We started from here and tried to come up with a plan that was economically viable, would work, would make all the improvements, and provide as much to the neighborhood as we could in form of public benefits. And so as you can see, each of these was broken down into the most common responses. And then we had everything, right? And so on this sheet, this is everything that we received in order, right? So everything in red are the things that we could address. Unfortunately, the number 1 and 2 comments were just absolutely no rezoning and just, build the 79 homes that is entitled to. And obviously we couldn't address that because there would be no development with it. So we did focus on all those other areas in red. And the rest of my presentation is going to highlight how we have addressed those or provided information or facts or studies or figures that address those concerns as well as we've moved along the last 2 years. So now we're getting into the conceptual master plan itself. As I mentioned before, it's 147 acres, 3.47 units an acre. A couple key issues here is that we have identified 6 vehicular access points and 8 pedestrian path access points. And this is really important because interconnectivity is a key vital element of providing a proper plan and inviting the adjacent neighborhood into Royal Oak. We don't want this to be a gated community. We don't want this to be separate. We want this to be part of the existing neighborhood. So finding these access points has been very important and a key element of our long-term plan. Some of the many public benefits that we have are the clubhouse, which is going to be a semi-private clubhouse. In fact, this was the number 1 item that came out of that initial meeting we had on January 11th. That was a surprise to me. It was that the majority of the residents did not miss golf or playing golf. They missed the clubhouse. That's where they had the memories. That's where their children grew up and went swimming. That's where they met their friends and played bingo and all these incredible memories. So we completely revised our plan and we added a semi-private clubhouse into our plan. And how we would work this out through the ordinance for the PD would be we would allow anybody that was in one of those 14 platted subdivisions, right? Everybody's deed has where they live. And so we would know if you're in one of those 14 platted subdivisions or one of those 32 townhomes or condos, you would be able to join at your own leisure. It wouldn't be a requirement. Our development would require membership to make sure that we had continuous income coming in, but other people could join at their own will. And so this would be a public benefit that people in the neighborhood could use. Also, the extensive public park system that we've created, I'm going to go into detail on that. That's probably the biggest public benefit that we're offering. It includes a central park, 2 dog parks, 2 tot lots, and several passive parks. So these parks would operate through a dedicated public access easement. So we would go ahead and grant access to the adjacent neighborhoods through our green trail system, through these parks, so people in the adjacent neighborhood could have free will to walk all throughout this golf course to, utilize the trees that we've preserved, walk along the green path, and all of that, which right now today, this is private property, and they're not technically allowed to go on those golf court paths. We know they do, but this would allow that and make it completely legal that people have access and interconnect the neighborhoods. So all these things would be addressed through the PD, which is not this application, but I'm letting you know that this is how the safeguards would be memorialized through the PD, through conditions of approval that would require we do these things or we don't get our development permits. That's how the PD development order would work. So now another key element that I want to address is, over half of the property is dedicated to open space and public benefits. We have collectively, and I'm going to go in detail on these parks here in a second, we have collectively over 25 acres of passive playground, tot lot, dog parks, and other fitness parks. And then we have 40 acres of lake. 27 of that is surface water. But what's also important is that 13 acres is the lake slopes in the littoral zone. So collectively, 40 acres is all dedicated to our lakes within our project. And then we have 9 acres of a completely dedicated, separate 20-foot landscape buffer that separates our proposed lots and the existing lots. It's a 20-foot landscape buffer that would be installed. So there's 9 acres cumulative of that, and then the 2.5 acres of clubhouse. So that's 76.5 acres of the project. Over half the percent is open space or public benefits. So now I'm going to go into a little detail of the plan, and I'm separating this in north and south because that's the easiest way to do this. The project is very long. So this is a picture of the north portion, and as you can see, we identified a key over to the left, and the different colors represent where the different types of public benefits are located. So I'm going to go through and walk you through and show you those different areas. So the first is the Central Park and Central Lake, which is located right there. This is the heart of the community. This is centered to, you remember the red circle I showed and the yellow circle I showed? This is right in the middle of everything. And this is the proper place where you should have a large central park and a large central lake. This is an area that would be along Country Club Drive. It'd be open to everybody. The park is open on purpose, so it could be programmed. You could have 4th of July celebrations or a food truck night or go fly a kite with your children. And then the lake would have passive benches around it so you could enjoy the large lake and just a relaxing atmosphere there. So next we have the clubhouse. I did describe the clubhouse, 2.5 acres, would be semi-private, would be allowed for people within those subdivisions to join if they would like to. And then the dog park, and that's where the dog park would be located. So the little pictures that you see over to the left, that's a culture project that was just built. It was done through a PD. That was a condition of approval. So I'm just giving you examples of how when certain elements are proposed, those can be implemented through the PD process. And so the dog park pictures that you see there is a recently completed project from Culture. And then we've also identified an area where a tot lot would be. Once again, that's another picture from a recently completed Culture project, a tot lot in that area. And then this would be the large playground for the entire community where you'd have more traditional playgrounds and swings and a larger area for the children to play in. And scattered throughout the community and connected through the green trail system are our exercise parks. And so these are the exercise equipment pieces that would be outside. Sometimes they're more passive and not as aggressive. Some would be more bench press and be able to get really into a good workout. And these pictures on the left, once again, another recently completed Culture project that was done through a PD where we installed these in development. So those would be in the yellow areas where you see right there. And then another great feature is we have so many lakes that I mentioned that we have included all these passive parks. Those 2 benches at the bottom, that's my community that I live in. And that's, a perfect example of having, benches over a large lake in a community and what that adds to the ambiance of the area. So then we go into the south part. I'll go a little bit quicker. I'm just going to show you the locations. I won't show you all the pictures again. But once again, here's where the dog park would be located. That's the tot lot. Those are the exercise areas, and those are the new passive areas. And then scattered throughout, we have the neighborhood connection points, which are shown right there in red. And what we've identified is we've identified locations where interconnection makes sense. There's either a large or vacant lot or a space between them. We would design and plan for that connection in the future. We understand that we would have to get easements and build the connection points, and that would be up to the adjacent neighborhood if they want to connect to our project. But we would build that they would want to. So if they don't want to immediately, but maybe in 5 years they change their mind, the connection points and our willingness to provide the interconnection would be there. So we're thinking, planning long-term. So once again, here's the south part of the project where we have identified more interconnection pedestrian access points. And then we get to the tree preservation. So I wanted to go into this because there have been a lot of comments and misinformation going around that we're just going to, clear cut the area and remove all the trees. And I just want to let everybody know, so we did submit a landscape plan back in April 3rd. And this information has been available to everybody in the neighborhood. And in fact, I emailed the opposition leaders the day I submitted on April 3rd. All of these documents. So they've had these documents well over 10 months. And in our landscape plan, we identified the trees that would be preserved and the trees that would be removed. And just to kind of give everybody kind of a quick summary, just for the oak trees. So on the plan that we submitted, we're removing 219 oak trees. However, we're preserving 238 oak trees and planting 538 new oak trees. So this has been on the landscape plan from day one, and that's what we have proposed. And another important thing to mention about the landscape plan is that the existing canopy of the entire area right now is about 2 million square feet of canopy. We're preserving about 750,000 square feet of that existing canopy. And then with all the new trees that we're building and the canopy of those, the proposed new tree canopy would be 3.7 million square feet. So as you can see, the future of this project would be an addition of 1.7 million square feet of canopy area, which makes sense because large areas of the golf course had to be open so people could drive their golf ball through the fairway. So we're adding all these green trails and all these additional trees. So at the end, when the project is developed and the new trees are planted, the long-term tree canopy is a massive increase than what is there today. And so I also wanted to identify the detail of the planning that went into this plan. So as you can see, these areas, and I have the plan to the left. So we identified the key areas where we could add public parks, right? So the large kind of backwards L is where we have a dog park, a passive park, and a tot lot. And that's a large, well-maintained, established group of trees. We also have identified, the main playground and two of the very large passive parks all around existing clumps of trees. That was all interconnected and planned accordingly. And then we identified other specimens where we moved a lot over or didn't put a lot or curved a lot out so we could actually include other species trees in just part of our plan. So this was all carefully thought out and planned to make sure that we could preserve as many trees as possible. And I just wanted everybody to know the detail that went into the plan. Once again, these have been available since April 3rd, these documents. So another important item is the privacy landscape buffer. The bright green that you see surrounding the entire project, this is a completely separate landscape buffer that is not within the individual lots. This is between the property line of the new house or new lot that we would build and the existing property line of what's currently adjacent to the golf course would be a 20-foot landscape buffer maintained by the Master Property Owner Association. So there's a cross-section that kind of on your right, I guess, would be a cross-section of the 20 feet and how the houses and the lot lines would be situated. And then next to it is a picture of the hedge and the trees that would look at installation. Obviously, these trees would grow and grow up, so the buffer would be there. But this is an additional, a public benefit that we're providing. above and beyond to make sure that any of those people that had a house on the golf course would have this landscape buffer that would be behind their house before they ever saw any other new residential house. So then we get into the small area study. As Brad mentioned, on January 21st, the P&Z board recommended to do a small area study. Brad also mentioned that staff analyzed golf course conversions back in 2016. And it's our opinion that the staff report that was concluded and the draft ordinance that was completed essentially was a small area study for golf course conversions. And this is one of the documents that we, as I mentioned when I opened, besides the actual going out and speaking with individuals and finding out what the individuals wanted, we also contacted the city. We got all the historic documents we could find. And this is one of the documents that the city provided us because it was relevant to golf courses and golf course conversions. So we used this document in our drafting of the plan that we came up with. And we used several of these elements as our guiding principle, right? So here's just a picture of the draft ordinance, the golf course overlay ordinance. And when you get into the intent of, I won't read all of this, but these are different elements of the golf course overlay that we implemented into our plan, you know, to maintain, enhance the quality of life in the community by developing compatible height density standards, controls, and mixed use principles. You know, once again, the allowable uses, keeping it to single family, detached, and townhomes. A new development shall be compatible with the surrounding existing development density, massing, development patterns, which we've established with our plan. It goes into how you can modify stormwater as long as you provide the civil reports and the city agrees with that. It has a requirement for additional buffers to be planted between the houses and the proposed houses. It asks for tree-lined trails, which we have provided. It describes the maximum height shall not be over 35 feet, which we have already agreed that none of our townhomes or our single-family structures would be over 2 stories, so that we've agreed to. It established common open space shall be preserved for its intended purpose. Once again, we discussed the public easements that we would provide, and it talks about the location criteria, where open space park and recreational requirements should be spread throughout the development and connected with multiple pathways. That's the heart of our community. That's exactly what we did over and over to interconnect the adjacent neighborhood into our plan, because we believe that interconnectivity is not only going to help our projects, going to help the adjacent neighborhoods as well, because now they have access to these amenities. And then also, I wanted to mention another very important part of the comprehensive plan, which is very important to this particular property and this particular use of this property. In your policy 1.774, the city shall define infill development if the property meets one or more of the following characteristics. You list, I think, 7 or 8. And then under number 4, it states, contains an original structure or use that is no longer viable or which is not economically feasible to renovate. And that's exactly what is happening here. The golf course closed. The entire golf course market changed over the last couple of decades. And we have a use in the middle of the city. It's a perfect example of infill development, and your comp plan directs the commission to treat infill development and try to renovate those properties. In policy 1.79, it even says the city shall provide standards and administrative process to facilitate infill development. The land development regulations shall be amended to provide flexibility in site development, and that's through the plan development application, which was what we have submitted. So also, as Kim mentioned, we have submitted our comprehensive, elaborate reports. Our consultants are here if you have any questions. The traffic impact analysis came back with the positive findings. That's a 143-page document that's been available since April 3rd. Stormwater report, the environmental report came back and went through all the regulations and the procedures. Once again, our environmental expert went over this at the April 29th meeting and how everything would be treated, because we know contamination issues were a big issue, and all the regulatory agencies that would have a handle. And we described how soils are treated and processed and tested and regulated and permitted. We went through all of that. That's in there. And then also the stormwater plan, we submitted a 220-page stormwater report with a 26-page civil report. That has been available since April 3rd. At the January 8th meeting, we had a real estate appraiser come in and do a property value comparison where they evaluated other recent golf course conversions to show that the property values do not go down. They actually go up when a golf course builds, and the adjacent property values in the area, the trend is for those to actually go up. We provided information on the homes and the types of homes that we're providing. This has been provided. There were issues that we were building mobile home parks or 800 square foot homes or shotgun homes or small little shacks or all this stuff. So we gave examples of recent projects that we're working on, provided the website. You could go to, this is a project we're building right now in Verano. These are the approximate sizes of the homes that we're going to be bringing to this project, between 1,450 and 3,200 square feet or 3,400 square feet. So once again, these are all things that we provided just to provide the reassurances, and this is a lot of stuff that is going to be in the plan development, but it's important because of the importance of this project and to let everybody know, the intent of this project, and that the plan development and the conditions of approval is what holds our feet to the fire and all these things that I just talked about, right? And so that's the important thing. And so with that, going back to this comment card that you saw at the beginning, we do believe that we have addressed or discussed the majority of all of these and satisfactory. And then in closing, this is why we're coming here, right? And people are like, why are you doing this, right? They're like, you're going to flip and burn and do all this other. No, we are here because we see a huge opportunity with the space program, right? These companies up here, we know that they're just starting. They're about a third of where they want to go, right? And these executives and these engineers and these scientists and these administrators, these are coming down here. And from what we've heard from speaking from almost everybody in the city, is that a lot of these people can't find the kind of housing that they want. They can't find the quality of life that they're accustomed to where they're coming from. Most of these people are already very successful in their own right, whether it's Washington or California, New York, wherever they're coming from, and they have a certain standard of life. They want a certain kind of development that provides certain public benefits. So we are very bullish on the city of Titusville, and we want to be here long term. We want to build this project for these people to help bring these kind of influential people into the community and have a full, resurgence of the space program take two, right? We know this project, the Royal Oak Golf Course, was built during the original boom of the space program. It's time to come back and let this area prosper from the new resurgence of the space program. And with that, I'm going to let Kim close with 2 final slides. Thank you for your time. I know I talked a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Kim Rozenka here on behalf of the applicant and the owner. Again, we're asking that you adopt the recommendation of the planner, Mr. Parrish, and to transmit this to the state for review. I do want to again comment on your code section 34-22 that does allow for any proposed amendment to the future land use map to provide a concept plan. And Mr. Parrish spent quite a bit of time talking about how this would be limited at the PD by the 511 units. And that if you do look at that master plan, it is presumed that in adopting this future land use that you relied upon that. And that's why we've gone through all of this with all the traffic studies, all the stormwater plans, all the expert opinions to move forward with the plan development. Also, I do want you to consider the private property rights involved with this property. This was purchased outright without the entitlements, with just as it was. And now Coulter has come in here to do a plan to make this a very good development with many amenities for both the public and for the residents that will buy in there. This is from Florida statutes. This was codified in your comp plan, your private property rights element back in 2023. It does have most of that, but what it also doesn't have in the state statute that's in your property rights element is the right of the property owner to use, maintain, develop, and improve his or her property for personal use or the use of other persons subject to state law and local ordinances. The right of private property owners to privacy and to exclude others from their property to protect the owner's possessions and property. I'd ask that you consider that when you're reviewing this, that this is private property. It's not a public park. It was never intended to be a public park. And with that, we have our experts here to answer questions. If I can answer any questions for you, or if you have any one of those that we've listed.
Vice Mayor Cole, I'm going to ask that we wait until after the public has an opportunity to speak, and then I'm sure there'll be plenty of questions from council. Thank you.
Thank you.
City Clerk.
We have a David Basford that's here for questions only.
Oh, so.
Okay.
All right.
We have Bruce Moy for
Aye.
questions only. James Taylor for questions only. Then we have Kyle, looks like Bradfield.
Sorry, you caught me off guard. Didn't think I'd be going first. My name is Kyle Bradfield. I own the Geico local office here in Titusville on US 1. Locally owned, locally operated. So I don't have corporate funds to back me to support my marketing, to support my business. I opened in 2021. And as a local business owner that employs people, tries to do things in the community, I need responsible development like this. When I talk to other business owners, the small business owners here in town, the word I hear most is need. I go to meetings all over the place. We're talking about the expansion of space and the port and the support businesses that are coming in. I don't see the benefits of that. They're driving straight out of town, getting on 95 and going home. They're not spending their money locally the way the businesses need. So as I talk to other business owners at chamber meetings and board meetings and all of these kinds of things, as a business owner, we don't have a lot of time to come to these type of meetings and speak. I ask more people to come because it needs to be heard, but when they all say to me, we need this and more things like it. We need more people to help support local business. We need more customers, more money spent locally instead of having to market and try to find business elsewhere. More than half of my business comes outside of Titusville. That's a big number. There's not enough support in the local area to sustain my business. I would have been out of business long ago. I have to spend money to market to Orlando, to Oviedo, to Palm Bay, to all these other areas trying to find business to sustain. So that's why I'm in support of this. I am from South Florida originally. I know Coulter's projects. I know the type of developments that they put together. They're pretty high quality. So this, in my opinion, is responsible development that we need. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. City Clerk.
Rosemary Goodrich.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Rose Goodrich. I'm with Title Solutions of Florida here in Titusville. It's a local title company serving Brevard County and all of Florida, as a matter of fact. I'm here tonight not to sell services, but to share how local title infrastructure supports projects like Gemini Lakes as they move from approval into execution. Gemini Lakes represents a thoughtful redevelopment project for Titusville, one that brings new housing options, infrastructure improvements, and long-term economic benefit to the community. Projects of this scale don't end at approval. The execution phase of how homes are transferred to buyers plays an important role in how smoothly that growth actually happens. Our role as a local title company is to support that execution phase by helping ensure real estate closings are handled efficiently, compliantly, and with an understanding of local processes. Because we work closely with local municipalities, county recording offices, and lenders, We're able to help reduce delays and confusion during the closing processes for future homeowners. We hear a lot of people, I hear it almost every single day, people are looking for things and reasons to move to Titusville. They want Chick-fil-A's, they want all those things. I always say, well, be careful what you ask for, you could end up getting it. But they want to move into this area and they want to support the area, but they're not spending their money here now. They're going out of town. And if they live here, they should be supporting this area. A smooth closing experience builds buyer confidence, reflects positively on both the development and the city. Our goal is simple, to support reasonable growth and help ensure projects like Gemini Lakes transition from approval to occupancy in a way that benefits buyers, the city, and the broader community. Thank you for your time and your continued work in guiding thoughtful development in Titusville.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Vance? I can't make out the last name. The first name looks like Vance.
Is there a Vance here? There's a letter that starts with at the end?
I can't make it out at all. They're on, yeah.
Is there a Vance? Are you?
I can come back if you'd like.
Okay. Yeah.
Cody Spar?
Hey, how y'all doing tonight? So good evening, Mayor and Council. The turnout tonight speaks volumes of how much the community cares, as you can see, obviously behind us and out in the lower story down there. So I want to point out something that often gets missed. Many who support this project are business owners and working families. They're deeply involved in the community. They don't always have the time to attend every meeting or speak publicly. And frankly, the extreme scare tactics, as you can see around here, from the opposition have discouraged many supporters from coming forward. So that doesn't mean support isn't there, it just means people are busy running businesses. Sorry, not a good public speaker. So that doesn't mean the support isn't there, it just means they're busy, like I said, running their businesses, raising kids, and contributing to the city in many real ways. So the fact that people made time to show up tonight and support matters. I understand why change feels uncomfortable. It's human. None of us want to lose the character of the place we love, and neither do I. But the reality is growth is coming whether we like it or not. Over the next several years, thousands of new workers and families are moving here because of SpaceX and the broader space industry, and that's already happening. When cities don't plan for growth, the outcome is predictable. Rents go up, house prices spike, locals get priced out, traffic gets worse, infrastructure falls behind. Gemini Lakes is about planning responsibly, fixing long-standing infrastructure. It also making sure growth strengthens our community instead of overwhelming it. This decision is about planning for the future rather than reacting later when the consequences are far worse. So I urge you to look past the noise, support Gemini Lakes for the long-term future of Titusville. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Scott Hudson?
Yes, ma'am. You got lucky. You just walked right in and get called right up.
Well, I couldn't get in here till everybody else left, so. Good evening, council and fellow Titusvillians. My name's Scott Hudson. You probably see my vans around, RB Air. We've been trying to grow in this market for a long time. I came from Orlando, built our forever home over on Fox Lake. My employees and my family and all kinds of people have moved with me over here to try to support and grow this place. And a lot of them been impacted, most importantly, about the last flooding and all that kind of stuff, which to me has been, we went out, our whole crew went out and tried to save people and help people and pull people and stuff. And that's the biggest concern I have with this. Growth, like Cody and Kyle both have said from the Geico administration or whatever you want to call them. Growth is coming no matter what it is with this space stuff coming along. I moved over here to get away from the big hustle and bustle of Orlando, so I understand the traffic and this, that, and the other, but it's going to grow, and that's what it is. I'd rather see this type of development, the Gemini project, that comes in and actually privately funds some of the drainage issues that we have rather than public money coming to it or tax money to assist with all that drainage issues we're having and infrastructure. I think that we have a stagnant golf course that's not doing anything. There's property there that somebody could gobble up real quick and turn into some housing or some things that we don't want. I think that there's people that live in there that have been a little, they've been happy to have that as a backyard for a while. And I understand that. I mean, I hate it when people move in next to me, this, that, and the other. But most importantly, again, drainage. And secondly important is I'm just watching since I moved here, it's 2015, I think I came here, restaurants and small business owners and everything just deprived and falling apart because we don't have the support. So I think it's really important that this Gemini project, I think it supports the community. We are going to grow no matter what. Progress comes. You've watched it 100 years, some thousands of years. So I just think that this is a great opportunity that we can actually control instead of somebody coming outside of the community and turn it into whatever they want. We have a good, solid foundation for this to come forward and make positive changes and great influence for this city. For business owners, for the people around here, we don't like to see big chains. We don't have Chick-fil-A's and stuff. They may be coming, this, that, and the other. However, I believe that the small business, Lloyd Have Mercies. Unfortunately, we've lost Shiloh's, which hopefully turns into something. We have, another group of Vine and Olive and all these other people out there that are small business. Those are the ones we need to be supporting for all these people coming to space.
Thank you, sir.
Again, thank you.
Okay, the last name is spelled Vizcarrona? Okay.
And please keep the chatter down while somebody else is speaking, please.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and members. Thank you for your time. I'm just here to support the project myself. I'm new to Titusville. I lived here for 3 years. And what I've seen, from 2022 till now, I've seen kind of a decline in the area. I think this housing would be good for the area. I mean, looking at the plans, the way they laid them out, it looks like an eyesore over there, so it would definitely revitalize the area. Also, it would help homeowners like myself. Our property values would go up all around and the surrounding areas, and it would generate revenue and taxes and just help our city. So as a new member of Titusville, I'd just like to say that. The other thing is, I spoke with the developer. He's a friend of mine. It helps with drainage.
Order.
It helps with drainage, new roads, access roads, jobs, tax. I mentioned those things on my own. These were the things that I talked to him about. And growth, again, for our neighborhood. I think it would be a good thing. And as a homeowner here in Titusville, I definitely recommend it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. City Clerk?
Kathleen O'Rourke.
Dr. Kathleen O'Rourke, Titusville resident and Royal Oak neighbor. It's been 3 years since we began working to protect the Royal Oak property, and I've really been honored to represent this community. I understand that a decision of this importance can feel overwhelming, but the choice before you is straightforward. On one side are the citizens who care deeply about stormwater protection, wildlife, historic oak trees, the lagoon, and the neighborhoods they call home. The other side is a development team with substantial financial resources to advance its position. There's a clear difference between protecting the community where you live and maximizing a financial return. You were elected to serve the people, not the outside developers. And there's much at stake in this proposal. You're being asked to consider one of the largest land use changes in this area, one that would place a new development inside an established community. There may be a temptation to try to seek middle ground, perhaps by advancing additional studies while also recommending transmittal. But when substantial questions remain unresolved, moving forward with the transmittal is a dangerous choice. It wrongly signals that the proposal is acceptable as it stands. A transmittal should proceed only if you are comfortable with the full development intensity allowed under this designation, including the worst-case scenario. And these plans are not binding, no matter what they tell you. As presented, the proposal leaves key infrastructure questions unanswered. There is no independent fiscal analysis. Ownership and long-term stormwater governance affecting existing residents remains unclear, and the like-to-like requirements have not been resolved. From transmittal to adoption, there is a limited statutory window. At the same time, unresolved land ownership issues are likely to be addressed through the courts. If these matters are not resolved within that time frame, the city could find itself making a final legislative decision under time pressure rather than clarity. It is never a bad time to slow down and take the time to listen to your citizens and get this right. A transmittal vote is procedure, but its consequences are not. A transmittal is a big deal in spite of what the development team says. It removes options from the city. If it wasn't so important, why are the developers working so hard to make that happen? Tonight's question is whether the record before you is complete enough to justify advancing one of the most significant land use changes this community has ever faced. If you are not absolutely sure this is the right decision, the responsible course is clear. Pause, complete the necessary studies, and protect the integrity of this decision before it moves forward.
Thank you, Dr. Rourke. Please keep the applause down or we're going to be here pretty late. I get it. You guys all support what is being said, but it is disruptive. City Clerk?
Elizabeth Parker.
How you doing, Joe Peretti?
Are you Elizabeth Parker?
I represent.
Mr. Are you, she called Elizabeth Parker.
Huh?
She called Elizabeth Parker.
Who?
The city clerk.
Oh.
Are you Elizabeth Parker?
No, no, my name isn't Elizabeth.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll get to you, I promise. Thank you. I'm assuming you're Elizabeth Parker? Okay. I get it.
If I might have just 30 seconds before I speak, because I have an issue that's outside of my speech, but it's administrative in nature.
Is it about this item?
It is about the fact that we shouldn't be hearing this item because the toll gates have not been met.
Okay, well, that's
And
part of your...
I'd like to have that on the record outside of what I'd like to say with regard to the item.
Okay.
Which is, there was supposed to be a 7-day notice. There wasn't. There was supposed to be a 10-day notice. There wasn't. And the developer should have held a community meeting, not as a sales pitch or to gather community input, but to educate the community with regard to what the future land use map change is that's being proposed and how it affects the current future land use map. Because of these things, this meeting and the planning and zoning meeting should have never taken place because the toll gates have not been met. However, we're here, so I would like to speak. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Elizabeth Parker. I live on Trevino Circle on Morlow Golf Course. I want to be very clear about what the decision is that is actually before you tonight, because the future land use map changes are being described as modest or flexible or reversible, and this is not true. A vote to change the future land use map to low-density residential is not procedural, not temporary, and not harmless, even if the zoning never changes. A vote to change this map to low density under Chapter 163 is where development entitlement is granted. Zoning is subordinate. Once the city declares this land residential, on the future land use map. The city has formally stated that the residential use is appropriate on that site, and every future land use decision must be defended against that declaration. This is not opinion. This is how Florida comprehensive planning works in the law. Excuse me. And this is going to not scroll for me. The vote exposes the city to 3 concrete and unavoidable risks. First, permanent loss of legal leverage. Once the land use is designated residential, the city has said yes to residential use. From that point forward, denying or limiting future rezoning becomes legally harder and riskier for the city. The burden shifts from the applicant to the city. This is not reversible, no intention there, without another comp plan amendment reversing the property rights, which would never happen and has never happened. Under Statute 163-31941A, all development orders must be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Once residential entitlement is embedded in the flume, future rezoning becomes consistency exercise, not policy decision. Second, stormwater and flooding liability. This site is not vacant land awaiting intensity. Staff's own report confirms that it says the property functions as a stormwater retention infrastructure. It serves off-site properties in the surrounding basin, and portions of the waterways are publicly deeded. The property is public property. So contrary to the developer's statement, this isn't public property, some of it is. A low-density residential flume characterizes the utility and stormwater land as private developable land. It weakens the city's ability to require stormwater primacy in perpetuity and creates future arguments that stormwater is merely an accessory use to residential development. If flooding or drainage occurs later, it's not speculative. Finally,
Thank you very much.
Increase
Gotta give everybody the same amount
litigation
of time.
exposure to Burt Harris Act when you rezone this.
Appreciate it. City Clerk.
Tina Adamson.
Keenan, Alex.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Tina Adamson, and I live in Royal Oak neighborhood. Tonight's decision is not about marketing language. It's about what the law will allow tomorrow. You've heard this proposal described as low density and like to like. Those phrases may sound reassuring, but they don't determine what gets built. What matters is what the future land use designation legally permits. Not what's promised, not what's preferred, but what's permitted. Like to like is not a marketing phrase. It is a planning concept. And when examined honestly, this proposal does not meet it. Royal Oak consists primarily of detached homes on larger lots with generous setbacks, limited height, predominantly 2-car garages. People walk their dogs past wide lawns and oak trees every morning. And that is the scale and rhythm of our neighborhood. The development authorized by this change would allow fundamentally different housing forms, smaller lots, 6-plex attached units, single-car garages, more units overall, and multi-story buildings. Calling that like to like obscures material differences in scale, form, and impact. And those differences matter, because once they are authorized, they become legal rights, not conceptual illustrations. Compatibility in land use isn't defined by slogans. It is defined by maximum density, intensity, and development pattern legally allowed under the designation that you approve. The proposed change would authorize development that breaks from the existing pattern. Even if those outcomes aren't shown tonight, they become legally permissible the moment the designation is changed. You may be told that zoning or plan development review will ensure compatibility later, but those processes don't revisit whether this level of intensity should have been allowed in the first place. They operate entirely within the envelope that you approve tonight. If the city grants a more intense designation while relying on verbal assurances that it will stay low density, it creates a dangerous mismatch between the city's findings and legal reality.
Thank you very much.
May I have 15 seconds?
I cannot grant that to you. I apologize. But I also do want to apologize. I heard her name say your name was Keenan, and it's Miss Tina. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. City Clerk?
William Baylett.
We could not hear the name being called.
William Baylett.
William Ballett, 2756 Demerit. Good evening, folks. Guess I better get my glasses, yeah? As a concerned citizen living in the Royal Oak area, I'm asking for your commitment to uphold the city's current comprehensive plan. And by doing so, maintain current land use of the former Royal Oak Golf Course. Please consider the thoughtful, unanimous decision made by the city's Planning and Zoning Commission on January 21st to not go forward with the developer's proposal without more extensive investigation into the impact such a radical demographic change would have on our community. The developer's pie-in-the-sky promises to improve our lives by crowding an additional 1,300 or more people into our tight-knit community are about as convincing as attempting to sell a Timex watch for the price of a Rolex. Sorry, folks. Clearly, an inevitable increase in crime, traffic congestion, car accidents, noise, pollution, stormwater management problems, and loss of privacy will not increase the quality of life for current residents living in the area. Approving this proposed project could lead to many of the unintended consequences that inevitably follow in the wake of overdevelopment. The increased possibility for catastrophic flooding of our homes is one issue of major concern. Your decision to maintain current land use, please, will help to protect and conserve our natural environment and prevent compromising the city's already fragile infrastructure. Your decision to maintain current land use will firmly place you on the moral high ground by prioritizing people over profit.
Please don't interrupt.
With all due respect, kicking the can down the road for the state to decide on an issue which is clearly a local one would reflect poorly on city officials who are elected to represent the best interests of us, your constituents. We put our faith in your integrity and commitment to ensure our safety, economic security, and well-being. Please do the right thing by voting to maintain current land use, or at the very least, honor and abide by the unanimous decision made by the city's Planning and Zoning Commission.
Thank you. Appreciate it. City Clerk?
Seth Adams.
Hello, my name is Seth Adams, and I live in Royal Oak neighborhood. A lot of people have come up tonight and have addressed the legal risk of this proposal. I want to focus on what those risks mean in real-world terms for our community. When considering a future land use change, this council must evaluate more than just the concept shown tonight. You must evaluate the worst-case development scenario that this new designation legally allows. You are not approving what is promised, you're approving what is permitted. That entitlement runs with the land. It is not tied to this developer, this specific sketch or the verbal assurances offered tonight. Once this zoning is changed, it's permanent. Currently, this property functions as a vital open space and stormwater system. It has no vertical massing. It is surrounded by a neighborhood defined by single-family homes on large lots with mature tree canopy. The requested change obliterates this framework. This new designation would legally allow sixplex townhomes and multifamily buildings, rear setbacks shrinking to 10 feet, building heights soaring to 50 feet. The concept might show trees, but the entitlement allows the site to be fully cleared. Roads, driveways, concrete will replace previous land with impervious surfaces across the entire site. And this is important here. In a town that relies on this specific acreage for drainage, you're trading a sponge for a funnel. The drainage doesn't just disappear. We have to protect the lagoon. Approving this change is and then also too, according to what we're addressing the developer, approving this change is effectively handing over a blank check. Once it's signed, the city loses control over how it's spent. Courts do not evaluate land use decisions based on what a developer promised in a slideshow. They evaluate them based on what you authorized in this code. If the worst case is built out permitted by this designation is incompatible with Royal Oak, and it clearly is, the only responsible action is denial. And you have to think about it also too in light of recent torrential rains that we've just had. And we have to look at the problems they are having in Edgewater and Port Orange and Orlando. These are all flooding issues because of squeezing in overdevelopment and these cluster houses in places to where the drainage can't handle what's going on. The drainage of Titusville runs through this system of lakes in Royal Oak, and the water has to go somewhere. We have to protect the lagoon. This is a lot of water.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk,
Kathleen Flynn.
cannot hear the next name.
Kathleen Flynn.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen Flynn. I own and occupy my home at 2805 Player Court, which abuts the golf course property at what was the 8th Fairway. The 5 ranch-style homes on Player Court that abut the golf course property will, according to the Coulter concept plan, have 13 two-story shotgun-style houses with single-car garages behind us. With raised elevation, this leaves our street and homes in a moat around a concrete jungle. That's why stormwater and potential flooding are of paramount concern to me and my neighbors. So I want to speak about stormwater, not as a future engineering project, but as a system that already protects this community. That protection will be permanently lost if this amendment is approved. For decades, the former Royal Oak Golf Course has acted as a stormwater buffer for surrounding neighborhoods. A 1943 aerial photograph shows this area as a lake or open basin, documenting its long history of holding water. Today, it still absorbs rainfall, slows runoff.
Please have a seat.
This is her poster.
Please have a seat. We addressed the rules at the beginning. Please have a seat.
Spreads water across open ground instead of sending it quickly into streets and yards. This is not theoretical. It is happening right now, and it benefits homes beyond the property line. If this land is developed, that natural protection is fundamentally changed. Roofs, roads, and compacted soil do not absorb water. They shed it. Even well-designed stormwater systems move water differently. They are built to protect the new development itself, not the surrounding neighborhoods that currently benefit from this open land. Once this land is built out, existing residents lose a stormwater buffer they rely on and receive nothing in return. No new system will serve them, no new district will represent them, and no later review will bring back what has been lost. Because this application seeks a future land use amendment, that loss is permanent. Once the designation changes, the city cannot require this land to remain open space that absorbs water. Roads, driveways, parking lots, and buildings can replace ground that now holds and slows stormwater. This amendment removes a shared safeguard and shifts risks onto residents who have no control over it. Denial preserves the protection that already works and one that cannot be recreated once it is gone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Clerk?
Jill Sterling.
Good evening, Mayor Connors and City Council. I'm Jill Sterling, and I live on Nelson Place. I want to focus on the critical issue of city-owned stormwater easements on the Royal Oak Golf Course that are not part of the two lawn-owned parcels. The city has legal authority over this property and has long-standing stormwater obligations to existing neighborhoods, including historical operations and maintenance of the stormwater system. The original developers of Royal Oak Golf and Country Club, Royal Oak Development Company, deeded 6 stormwater easements to the city of Titusville, and the city accepted them in fee simple permanently for the benefit of the platted Royal Oak properties. Because there appears to be controversy around the deed, the developer's failure to accept the deed as legal and binding, I secured a certified copy from the Brevard County Clerk of Courts and have provided a copy for the record. The developer's attorney can make any untrue statements about the deed in this forum without consequence, but we know the deed to be true and correct despite anyone's claim of ambiguity. If this deed is unclear or vague, then all deeds in the county are unclear and vague. These easements are recorded in the official records of Brevard County, Book 659, pages 536 through 538. The easements are permanent, public, and non-discretionary. In addition, every Royal Oak plat includes a formal dedication that streets, canals, and drainage easements are dedicated to the perpetual use of the public. The plats depict the stormwater infrastructure that serves surrounding neighborhoods. These are not conceptual features. They are legally binding components of the subdivision, and I've provided an example for the record. Further, the city prepared a city-prepared document titled Royal Oak Easements and Storm Study, also obtained through a records request, depicts multiple stormwater easements on the golf course, along with the interconnected storm pipes and conveyance systems that rely on those easements to function. I included a copy for the record. Including or altering these city-owned easements as part of a private development raises a serious legal concern. Arbitrarily handing over or impairing public easements dedicated to the Royal Oak community constitutes inverse condemnation, which in Florida occurs when government action effectively takes or damages private property rights without formal eminent domain proceedings or just compensation. If these easements are interrupted during development through filling, regrading, compaction, altered ponds, or disconnected conveyance, or if they are insufficient afterward, existing homeowners face a foreseeable risk of flooding, potentially worse than what was experienced in last October's flooding event. For these reasons, the city should finish its current stormwater study and agree with the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation for a small area study and not send this land use change transmittal to the state. Thank you for your service to the city.
Thank you.
Michael Luter.
I'm sorry, City Clerk, I didn't hear you.
Michael Luter.
Order. You have the floor, sir.
Michael Luter, 3025 Royal Oak Drive. Coulter and MBV have claimed their preliminary stormwater assessment and modeling can assure the city of Titusville that stormwater pipe and conveyance problems will be solved by the proposed development, and the city seems to want to rely on that. However, only a preliminary stormwater report was prepared, and the acreage supported 300 acres, which includes the 149-acre build-out golf course area, is a huge point of contention with the community. See the high water photos from our 100-year storm. The Royal Oak community has used the golf course property as a prescriptive easement for 61 years. Property beyond what the city fee simple deed identifies that the city owns. Our 100-year flood experience was a result of all 149 acres of percolating sands combined with topographical design and stormwater infrastructure. And we still look like this. We have zero confidence that Coulter, covering over percolating sands with compactable fill, changing the topography and covering a huge percentage of it in roads, sidewalks, driveways, and dwelling slabs, leaving just 26 acres to collect stormwater, will keep our community, and even their proposed one, from flooding. We believe the claim to predict the effectiveness of their drainage plan cannot be relied upon. A local planning agency in Martin County recently denied support for 1,050 new homes on over 600 acres after Coulter Land Management sought changes to the growth management plan in that county. Expansion of public services such as potable water, sewer, education, and public safety are reported as part of their rationale for denial. Submitting a requested land use change to the state prior to knowing whether this land use can be supported is not a wise course of action for the city. The citizens want to know, is there an agreement between the city and Coulter that identifies which party retains liability for neighborhood flooding into the future? Is there agreement between the city and Coulter that identifies and lists by stormwater pipe number and location which stormwater pipes or other conveyances will be kept by the city for ongoing maintenance, and which will have engineering and maintenance responsibility transfers in perpetuity to the HOA and CDD? And please note, Royal Oak residents shall not agree to pay or be subject to pay any HOA or CDD fees. I'll add in my own words, this proposal is going to put an access road directly behind my house, right behind my backyard. You know, as the Bill of Rights stated there, we have our own rights. You know, this is conservation land as I bought it, and changing it to a road certainly will reduce my enjoyment of my property and damage my rights. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Rose Roach.
Who?
Rose Roach.
Is Rose downstairs? Oh, over there.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Rose Roach, and I've been involved in the efforts to keep Royal Oak as the historic landmark that it has been for years. And I've been involved for years. You've heard assurances tonight about from experienced team, careful engineering, a robust approval process. But I want to speak briefly about why those assurances by themselves are not enough. In Edgewater, Florida, development was approved with every procedural safeguard in place. Professional engineers prepared the plans, the Planning and Zoning Committee approved them, the City Council approved them, St. John's River Water Management District approved them. Every required step of the regulatory process was followed, and still the outcome was catastrophic. Homes that were not even located in flood zones experienced severe flooding. Families lost their homes, entire neighborhoods were damaged. The impacts were so severe that public funds were ultimately used to address widespread flooding and resident displacement. That failure did not occur because corners were cut or because expertise was absent. It occurred because a natural system like Royal Oak that had quietly managed stormwater for decades was removed and replaced with engineered solutions that behave very differently under real-world conditions. Edgewater teaches a critical lesson. Process does not eliminate risk. Expertise does not cancel uncertainty. And regulatory approval does not guarantee protection for existing residents when natural systems are lost. The lessons matter here. The former Royal Oak Golf Course is not vacant land. It's functioning landscape that currently absorbs water, moderates runoff, and protects surrounding homes. Once that system is altered, the city is making an irreversible decision, one whose consequences will be felt long after approvals are granted. The question before you is not whether this team is qualified or whether this process appears thorough. The question is whether the city should knowingly remove a working system and assume risk when the consequences fall on the people who didn't choose them. Edgewater shows us what happens when overdevelopment replaces functioning stormwater systems. Please don't make that mistake here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Earl Johnson.
Good evening, Council. My name is Earl Johnson. I'm a longtime Royal Oak resident, and I'm here to address the proposed Gemini Lakes Community Development, or CDD, and
City
governance concerns. A CDD is a developer-initiated quasi-governmental entity created with local approval that has authority to issue debt, enter contracts, own, operate, and maintain infrastructure within its boundaries, somewhat independent of the city with little oversight. Amenity and infrastructure costs are financed through municipal bonds issued by the CDD under developer control during build-out, with repayment obligations transferred to the residents up to 30 years. In addition to standard HOA fees, residents assume responsibility for infrastructure maintenance costs traditionally borne by the city. These obligations are recurring and permanent. Well, these are the CDD basics, but specifically, what we have here is a concern with the Gemini Lakes CDD proposal, in that it is surrounded by and entirely embedded within an existing non-CDD neighborhood. This is not a typical setting for a CDD. This introduces fragmented governments within an otherwise unified service area and creates an overlapping and potential conflicting authority for the management of stormwater. Of particular concern, of course, is the stormwater infrastructure. The proposed CDD would own and control stormwater facilities that serve the surrounding neighborhood, that is, properties outside of the CDD. Decisions regarding the maintenance, modification, or capital improvements would then be subject to the discretion of separate private district boards rather than the current municipal control as we currently have. The record does not demonstrate how stormwater infrastructure serving non-CDD properties would be governed, maintained, enforced once they're transferred to a private district. There are unresolved questions regarding ownership and control of existing stormwater infrastructure within and adjacent to the proposed CDD boundaries. The record indicates that certain stormwater ponds impacted by this proposal are co-owned, and consent for alteration of these ponds has not been obtained. Additionally, available records indicate that portions of the stormwater conveyance system may be owned by the city in fee simple rather than easement, as you've heard before. This ownership has not been legally resolved either. This CDD proposal is not for greenfield development out on the edge of the city. Rather, it is embedded within an established neighborhood that has long relied on city-owned infrastructure and unified municipal planning. Transferring core ownership and stormwater responsibilities to a private district raises significant legal and government's concern. A community development district in this location is not appropriate. At this stage, the council's responsibility is to determine whether evidence supports the proposed governmental structure and its long-term implications.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Based on the record, the standard has not been met.
Mr. Johnson.
So for this
Everybody
reason,
gets the same
denial
amount of
is
time.
warranted.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Heather Piper.
Hello, good evening. My name is Heather Piper, and I'm a resident of the Royal Oak community since 2017. I want to speak plainly about the tax revenue claims being used to promote this proposal. The developer is advertising that at full build-out, this project would generate roughly $1.4 million a year for the city's general fund. If this number is going to be used to justify a permanent land use decision, then it must be backed by transparent, independently verified data. Dr. O'Rourke, who spoke earlier this evening, requested the assumptions and calculations behind these projections. The developer ignored the request and did not provide the data. That should be unacceptable to this council. Relying on financial projections without the underlying math is not due diligence. It is taking a developer's word at face value on a matter that will shape the city for decades. The question is not whether residential development brings in revenue. We know it does. The real question, the only question that matters, is whether these projections are accurate and complete and whether they show the net fiscal impact to the city under Florida law. The Florida League of Cities has already documented a long-term structural problem. Homestead exemptions steadily erode taxable value while the cost of providing essential services like police, fire, roads, stormwater, and staffing rises year after year. Across Florida, cities have learned the hard way that residential development often does not pay for itself over time. Yet, the projections being promoted here rely on unverified assumption. They assume full build-out. They treat condos and attached homes as if they perform the same as single-family homes. They highlight gross revenue while ignoring the cost of serving new residents and maintaining new infrastructure. For this decision, only one number matters: the net annual impact to the city's general fund after costs. To date, that number has not been provided. Without independent verification, these fiscal claims are not evidence. They are sales materials. A public records request confirms the city has not conducted its own fiscal analysis. And even after being notified that their projections included only potential revenue and no cost, the developer continued to circulate incomplete and misleading information. This is exactly why an independent fiscal impact assessment is not optional. It is essential. It would clearly state its assumptions, apply Florida's homestead rules, and evaluate long-term costs and revenues, not just optimistic early year estimates. You're being asked to make a permanent land use decision. Permanent decisions require independent verification, not unexamined projections. Until a full independent fiscal analysis is completed and made public, these tax benefits claims should not be treated as facts. Thank you so much for hearing what I'm saying.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Vicki Conklin.
My name is Vicki Conklin. You've heard a great deal tonight. The issues before you come down to four things: responsibility, risk, permanence, and legacy. This decision is not about whether development should ever occur. It's about whether this future land use change can be responsibly approved based on the record before you and what legacy that decision leaves for the city and each of you as council members. You've heard that a future land use amendment permanently authorizes development intensity and cannot be undone. You've heard that concepts, promises, and marketing materials are circulating, but they're not binding and they're not aligned with the developer's formal application. The original plan shows 551, then 547, then 511, but that was submitted too late for the staff to review for this meeting. Unresolved questions remain. Moving forward without a clear, enforceable, and fully evaluated plan creates legal and procedural risk. You've heard plan developments do not lock in protections. They're frequently amended and only after development rights have already been granted. You've heard the former Royal Golf Course currently functions as a stormwater infrastructure, has effectively served as a stormwater golf course for over 60 years, and changing its land use would permanently protect that or remove that protection. You've heard that a proposed CDD would serve only the new development, would not protect existing residents. And you've heard that development rights run with the land, not the developer, meaning that once granted, those rights may be exercised by future owners who wouldn't be bound by any other assurances. Here's a critical factor. The landowner is already entitled to build 79 dwelling units. The city has no obligation to change the future land use designation. Together, the conclusion is clear. Approving this amendment would permanently increase development potential, remove protections existing residents rely on, and expose the city to risks they would have limited ability to manage. But it would leave a lasting legacy, one where a permanent land use decision was made without complete information, enforceable limits, or clear public benefit. The denial preserves the existing designation, maintaining current protections, keeping stormwater buffering in place, and preserves the city's ability to evaluate any future proposal with complete information. The record before you is not adequate to justify a permanent land use change affecting 150 acres surrounded by existing homes, and it does not meet the criteria for infill as the applicant stated. For these reasons, the responsible, legally sound, and legacy-minded course is to recommend denial of this future land use amendment. And given the applicant's claim of fiscal benefit, the council should require an independent fiscal impact analysis before any future land use change of this magnitude is considered. Thank you for your service to the citizens of Titusville.
Thank you.
Dan Lewis.
Who? Who'd you say?
This is Dan Lewis, and I'm a homeowner here in Royal Oak. And, you know, these guys were a really hard act to follow. I'm telling you what, they said everything I wanted to say. So here's something, though, they didn't tell you, be it that I'm the only one that actually knows. Because we sent out almost 13,000 emails to registered voters in Titusville. And when we did that, you know how many people wrote back and said, this is a great idea, you're a complete jerk, and they should move forward? 2. I had 2. That's nothing. Now, I got to tell you another thing. We had almost 6,000 people click on that information we sent out. And 2 of them said they think Coulter's a good idea. Now, if you look around, you might notice this whole thing is a little unpopular. I mean, just a bit. Well, how much red do you see? Look downstairs, it's down there. These people don't want this thing. Plain and simple. And you know, here's something else that nobody even thought of. Right now, we're talking about, I read this in Coulter's material because I read their stuff. And in their material, it said we're going to get this $1.4 million a year and da-da-da-da. And again, that's a gross figure. But there's even a more complicated thing here. Governor DeSantis wants to get rid of property tax. How's that going to work? We're not going to have any money. We're going to have all the bills, but we're going to have no money to do anything with. Gee, that's kind of an eye-opener, isn't it? So the bottom line is you got to take a look at this and say, who's got something to gain here? Well, sure not the citizens. 6,000 of them told us, nah, they don't want that. 2 of them said it's a good idea. Here in this place, Coulter's managed to get the guy who sold them the property to endorse it. They got the air conditioning guy who's out there fixing air conditioners. And they got a couple other guys. I can't remember what they did. But look what we've got. We could keep you talking here for the next 5 days. When people don't want something, don't do it. And if their experts are all wrong, and remember, experts are just an opinion, the Coulter's not going to be there to pick up the pieces. That's all of us who actually live here. We're the ones that got to pick up the end.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Daryl Forgy.
Could not hear. What was the name?
Daryl.
Okay.
Good evening, Max Forgy, 236 Southeast 45th Street, Cape Coral, Florida. Member in good standing of the American Institute of Certified Planners for 33 years. I have provided you with an expert letter I have worked on for the past year with Ms. Conklin, her neighbors at Royal Oak Neighbors, LLC. I have also provided you with a copy of the letter which I sent to Mr. Parrish with the permission and encouragement of Royal Oak Neighbors back in September and which he referred to, and I appreciate that, the best option, in my opinion, after studying this, in addition to what you've heard today, what you also heard from your Planning and Zoning Commission on the 21st, from all of the written evidence that we have, you have a recommendation of denial by a 5-0 vote. And in my report, I have a digest of all the factual data which you have received in testimony from these people. I'm going to ask for 2 minutes to, an additional 2 minutes so that I can read into the record those 8 findings of fact that I recommend, as you have not heard those before, but they are based upon the testimony that I've gathered. And if you'd like to hear more from me, I welcome any questions that you may have. 2 minutes?
Somebody would have to make a motion. Member
I would
Stokel?
make that motion.
I'll second.
All right.
Thank you.
Hold on. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Recommended findings of fact, and I'm going to read only the lead sentence. There's more comment on it. Finding 1, this application can be adopted only via a legislative process which City Council is not obliged to adopt. Finding 2, the comprehensive plan adopted by ordinance is an expression of the community's long-range vision for land use, infrastructure, and services. Finding 3, the proposed future land use map change is inconsistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Titusville Comprehensive Plan, specifically Objective 1.1 and policies 112 and 114. 4, the application, if approved, would permit a substantial intensification of the property. According to the staff report, the application proposes an increase from the existing 42 total units to 745 units, which is a 1,678% increase in the allowable number of units, although the proposed plan development would impose a cap on residential development at 547 units, which is a mere 1,202% increase. Finding number 5, Titusville City professional staff conducted a thorough analysis of the case and presented to the Planning Board a lengthy staff report that dispassionately weighed the factors which favored adoption and those which did not. The City Planning Board, in its capacity as the local planning agency, almost done, recommended denial by a unanimous vote, which I encourage you to follow up on today.
Thank you, sir.
3 more. They're quick.
Sorry. Prior to this, I believe that they submitted an additional 11 citizens' names that were willing to give up their time, I believe, for the attorney and one other person. So I would.
You just got to make sure we annotate that with the clerk, because again, just trying to be fair and impartial here, make sure everybody has the same amount of time. So who's doing that? And did you already speak? No. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Got that, clerk?
How much?
Hold on 1 second. Let's make sure we got it procedurally correct.
And then I would just move to give him up to 5 more minutes to state what he needs to.
A second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right, motion carries.
The staff did not recommend approval or denial, but it did offer an option of not transmitting and to proceed to pursue further study under city supervision, which is what I strongly recommend. Finding number 7, the proposed amendment would result in adverse impacts on the neighborhood. You have heard testimony to that effect. And finding number 8, the City of Titusville is responsible for the maintenance of the comprehensive plan and the city council is the only body that can amend it. I think I'm not a resident of Titusville. These people are. I observe that this is a large tract, a historic tract, an important tract. It merits your attention as the governing body, and I urge you to deny this application and to take future action to do your own planning as the rightful planning body for the city of Titusville. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
City Clerk, next card. Next card.
James Mutter.
James Mutter here.
Christopher Childs.
Christopher Childs. As you know, I'm Vice Chairman of Planning and Zoning Commission, so I just wanted to kind of give my perspective of why I voted the way I did. For one, it was just kind of messy, especially with this a simple fee deed. It seemed like the applicant's lawyer was arguing that the word simple fee deed on the top doesn't mean what it means, and so words don't have meaning. But you know, the U.S. Constitution is made up of words, and I think it has meaning. To me, it has meaning. I hope it has meaning to you. If the law is just words, so if we don't have meaning to those words, then what do we have? We have. I hope someone doesn't do that to me at my house, you know, with my deed, and just say, well, they're just words. It could be a laundry list. So also stormwater. We didn't get the plan for their plan for planning and zoning meeting until that day, until that morning. So we didn't really have a lot of time to go through it. But I have gone through it, and I think there's some questions you should probably ask them. High water table wasn't analyzed, no back-to-back storm modeling, and like it assumes that there's just gonna be one storm at a time. And so another thing is, if you're gonna go, I know they said that we had like a small area study done in 2016, but as all of you know, there's been a lot of changes in Titusville over the last 10 years. Even the mayor hasn't been here since 2016. So there's been a lot of changes since 2016. So I think you should do a small area study. I think that was our unanimous recommendation to you guys. And I just wanted to let you know what our thoughts were behind that. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk.
Robert and Laura Headley.
I'm Robert Headley. I've lived in Royal Oak for 41 years. Seen a lot of changes. Some of them weren't good. What all these people are behind are real good people. And those people over there that want this thing developed, they're good folks too, but they're trying to make a buck. And if you analyze the one kind of houses we have there now versus what's going in there, you got pretty good sized lots here, and then you got next to us coming in postage stamps. I'd say the average house is going to have to be 1,500 square feet. And if you look at their lake plans, their lakes have been altered from what we got right now, so they're going to be probably filling in. And when this thing goes into construction, it's going to be a mess. I have been in the construction business. I'm a licensed contractor, retired. I worked at Kennedy Space Center in construction management for 41 years, and I know what I'm talking about. Stormwater runoff there is going to accelerate tremendously, because it's going to be concrete. Yeah, they got a lot of retention areas. They got a lot of sidewalks, though. They got a lot of rooftops, streets, and it's going to come flowing out of there quicker than we've ever seen. If you replace fairways with asphalt, that's what happens. So it's just common sense. The other thing is it's totally out of balance for what's there now. Completely out of balance. You got real nice homes. Mine's 3,000 square feet. And across the backyards of my neighbors over here, they're going to be 1,500 square feet. what's that really going to do as far as balance out there? If you're going to spend money, flush it down the toilet, spend a little money and go recruit another golf course developer in there, and let's get back to playing golf out there and having a good time and make it worth our while.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Natasha Kelly.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time. My name is Natasha Kelly. I'm speaking on behalf of my husband, Kurt Kelly, who is also downstairs. We are new owners at Royal Oaks, and we are very happy. We knew what we're buying in, and I told my husband, I looked at the facts, and I said, this shouldn't go. This should stay the way it is. Developer is asking you to abandon the city long-term vision, a vision that residents rely on for the stability of our homes and our environment. I'm asking you to uphold the unanimous recommendation from Planning and Zoning Commission and vote no. Let's be clear about one very important fact. When the current owner purchased this property in 2022, it was already designated as a recreation and conservation. They bought this land with full knowledge of its limitations. The city of Titusville is not a grantor for private real estate gambles. It is not your job to bail out a developer who ignored the comprehensive plan in hopes of a windfall. By keeping this land recreational and conservation, you are not taking anything from them. You are simply enforcing the rules that were in the place the day they signed the deed. This land is a vital purpose. As a conservation and recreation land, it acts as a massive sponge for our storm water. But you heard all about that. I'm just going to I want to mention something else. I want to highlight a relevant example from Seminole County, a very similar situation in Rolling Hills Golf Course. Big difference was, it was zoned as a plain development, so flexible zoning category. However, city voted to preserve it as a park for its residents. Actually, county bought it. So I ask you to vote no on this. It's, I think, the only right thing to do, considering all the facts. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Megan McCormick.
Good evening. My name is Megan McCormick. I live on Royal Oak. As we're all aware, Titusville's slogan is the gateway to nature and space. But does Titusville actually want to be a gateway to nature, or is that just some slick false advertising? I was really thrilled to hear that Titusville created its first urban forest management plan, and it recognizes the importance and the benefits of mature tree canopy. However, the development of this Royal Oak property will remove almost all of the mature trees there. Check their plan. It's a lot more red than green. So why is Titusville creating this forestry plan to save and increase tree canopy while simultaneously entertaining this proposal to cut down hundreds of mature trees? Titusville falls within the Great Florida Birding Trail, which brings people from all over the state and country. 96% of terrestrial bird species raise their young partially or entirely on a diet of insects. Research just updated in November 2025 shows that over 1,000 of those insect species, critical to bird survival, are hosted on oak trees, just like the beautiful, mature trees that this proposal would destroy. Development of the Royal Oak property will also increase impervious surfaces, reducing water infiltration and significantly increasing runoff that makes its way into the surrounding environment and the lagoon, which we already know is in trouble. In fact, as a biology professor, when my students do a lab that isolates human fecal bacteria from a natural water source, we use lagoon water because I know we'll get unmistakable results. When the city is already working so hard not to take accountability for that, why would you consider approving things that only make the issue worse? Decades of research has repeatedly shown that human health and quality of life are directly correlated to the health of the local environment. The residents here have made our wishes clear. We have voted for clean water and measures to fund lagoon improvements and acquisition of land for environmental protection. How can City Council claim to represent citizens when your decisions go against our voices and our votes? How can the City of Titusville call itself a gateway to nature when one by one you're making decisions to develop and degrade our natural spaces? With this Royal Oak property, you have the potential to do more than offer meaningless lip service. I'm asking that you not transmit this proposal to the state. Instead, allow the land to be fully restored into an ecologically functional property that alleviates all of the other concerns my neighbors have brought before you tonight and supports Titusville's slogan as a gateway to nature. Thank you.
Thank you.
Connie Milton. Connie Milton.
Could not hear you.
Hi, my name's Connie Milton. I moved into Royal Oak on South Casper Place 61 years ago, in 1964. My family moved from Alabama to here for the space program. We lived there, then my parents, as time goes on, moved to Spanish Oaks, also on the golf course. Now they're on Nelson Place. My father's 93, my mother's 91. I'm the executor of the trust for that property on Nelson Place. There are 8 homes that back up to the golf course right now on Nelson Place. This proposal has 18 homes backing up to those 8 homes. My parents' one property has 3 lots backing up to their single lot. So this smoke and mirrors talking about 3.5 homes per acre is nothing but smoke and mirrors. It's a large intensity development that they're proposing. Yeah, they have some ponds out there. They're going to have a lot of streets and roads, but the density is going to be 2 to 3 times more than what the existing community in Royal Oak has today. Talk about property rights. This owner bought OR zoned conservation land use. OR zoning allows 1 home per 5 acres. Now that would be a nice development. Executive homes, 1 home on 5 acres. Why don't we look at RE? Titusville has an RE zoning. That would be 2 homes on 1 acre. Now that's a heck of a lot more than OR zoning, but it would be closer to what Royal Oak has today in their existing homes. Large homes. My parents' home is 3,000 square feet. We need to find a win-win. We've talked about win-wins in the past. And hopefully, if you take the time, don't transmit this to Tallahassee, who's going to now start dictating things to you and having an expectation of what you're going to do if you submit it to them. Don't submit it. Keep it in-house. Let's talk about this as a community. This is not the right thing to do, is to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Joey Myers. Joey Myers. Michael Myjack.
Somebody check downstairs.
Let's see if I can get this up high enough. Michael Myjack, your Titusville Environmental Commission. I've been following this for quite some time, and one of the things that I've noticed is that the land in and around Royal Oaks is around 30 feet above sea level. And if you look at the elevation map for that area, all of the development around it is at 35 to 37 feet. These are these people's homes behind me. But the land that holds the golf course is at 30 feet, and the ponds are at 25. So we're talking about a relatively flat piece of land over 150 acres. The trouble is that our development over the years, 40, 50, 60 years, our stormwater development management from 1960 is not the same as it is today. These homes were built in 1960. We would call that bad stormwater development today. Most of these homes run their stormwater, their excess, into this golf course. You're going to be building new homes in the golf course. Well, their plan to get rid of the Agent Orange and the arsenic is to cap and cover. That means they're going to raise the elevation. We already have stormwater running into this development that's not being considered by the developer. They consider the rainwater, and their calculations are based what falls on their property. Now, you may recall a few years ago we had an issue with the Hilton wanting to put in a parcel. It was 3.5 acres, and 2.5 were wetlands. And we let them build on it because it was just 2.5 acres, it wasn't 5. But it was directly connected to 15 acres of wetlands next door. We didn't look beyond the end of the property line. That's the situation here. We're not looking beyond this property to see how much flooding is coming in from the neighboring properties, and it's not being calculated in their equations. What's going to end up happening is this neighborhood's going to flood, and the homes around it are going to flood, just like we've seen in Edgewater and elsewhere, because we're only looking at this parcel. Look beyond.
Thank you.
Brianne Robertson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable council members. My name is Dr. Brianne Robertson. I'm the president of the Royal Oak Community Alliance. But before I proceed, please accept my sincere condolences with the passing of past Vice Mayor Joe Robinson. I know many of you served with him on this council and have walked alongside of him in many of his philanthropic activities. I'm here as a property owner of the Royal Oak community and a resident of Titusville, with my family being here more than 50 years. I stand before you without hesitation, resolute in my mission as one who continues to work for the good of the community, to speak up for the welfare, not just for them, but for their descendants. Myself, along with ROCA, Royal Oak neighbors, and the residents of the Royal Oak community, are here to speak up for the welfare of all our descendants. And we don't need a white binder because we're all here. The out-of-county applicant may have deeper pockets, walk in circles of impressive networks, speak with eloquence, and bring decades of experience to the table, but make no mistake, we have the confidence in our elected city officials and the positions they swore to uphold. Winston Churchill so finely stated, never give in. Never, never, never. In nothing great or small, large or petty. Never give in except to the convictions of honor and good sense. Never yield to force. Never yield to the apparent overwhelming might of the enemy. I applaud the members of the Planning and Zoning Commission who on Wednesday, January the 21st, recommended not to approve the transmittal and directed staff to conduct a small area study to guide redevelopment of this area. Coming to that recommendation was an arduous task, and one we believe was done with careful thought, deliberation, and integrity, and we thank you for their unanimous vote and a solid recommendation to deny the transmittal. My first line of questioning will be directed at the role and the weight that comes with the title of city manager. A memo from the city manager was issued last week to the members of the council acknowledging that the Planning and Zoning Committee recommended to deny the transmittal. And yet, in this packet, there's a recommendation to action to approve the transmittal of the comprehensive plan amendment, a recommendation made by an individual who's not even at that meeting. How is this recommendation justified over the 6 highly qualified candidates or qualified members of the commission who were there in that meeting for hours, listening to all the elements of such a complex petition? I would ask that the city manager disclose all communications that occurred between himself and the applicant, including any and all parties associated with the applicant, both verbal and nonverbal, recorded and non-recorded. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianne. City Clerk, hold on.
Anne Marie Sedler.
City Clerk, hold on. How many more do we have? Okay. I'm sorry, but I'm getting like motions from council. I think people need a slight break.
Need a break?
You know, so I was gonna, everybody's, I think, squirming up here. So if it'd be okay with you,
That would be
can we
fine.
take a quick recess? Because I know everybody's, so we're gonna just take a quick recess for 10 minutes, use the restroom, and we'll be back at 9:30.
Thank you. Mayor and council members, thank you. My name's Anne Marie Seidler, and I'm the president of the Association of Fairways at Royal Oak. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the association's board of directors and our residents to formally enter our objection to this transmittal into public record. Our community is bordered by two ponds that we share with the former Royal Oak Golf Course. Pond A on the east side of our property along Barna Avenue, Pond H on the west side of our property along Knox-McRae. We are not here to discuss theoretical concerns. We are here to document an ongoing infrastructure failure. According to the city's own stormwater mapping, Pond H functions as the outfall for this regional drainage system, while Pond A along Barna Avenue is part of the same hydraulically connected system. I'm here this evening to document the ongoing and measurable loss of association land along the west side of H Pond, adjacent to Knox-McRae Drive. Over time, approximately 25 to 30 feet of our common property has been lost due to continued erosion and the gradual expansion of the pond. Land that was once stable is now underwater. Soil that once supported infrastructure continues to shift towards the water, and air conditioning units that were originally installed on level ground are now visibly tilting as a result. This is not cosmetic. It's an active land loss and an increasing risk to our property. We are also aware that the proposed development includes plans to utilize a portion of Shared Pond A area for a roadway connection to Barna Avenue. Because these ponds function as part of the same connected drainage system, any alteration in this area raises serious concern about additional impacts to an already unstable shoreline. The association does not consent to the alteration or modification of this Shared Pond area. Given the documented land loss and and active instability of this drainage system, the association respectfully requests that the council send it back for further study pursuant to staff recommendation. These are existing, measurable conditions that cannot be deferred without exposing our community to continued harm. Where documented risk to property and public safety exists, transmittal must not proceed. I thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Joey Myers.
And I do believe I owe you an apology. Sorry, we, I think, called your name and missed you because you were downstairs. So glad you're here.
Thank you. I'm going to be reading on the behalf of a couple of attorneys that couldn't make it tonight. So I'd ask for an extension, maybe 5 minutes total in time.
I would make that motion. I'll second.
So is the motion extending 5 minutes on to 3 or 5 total? Just for clarification. Total 5? Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Floor is yours.
Okay. All right. So on behalf of Ralph Brooks, attorney, board certified in city, county, and local government law, when can you vote to deny a comprehensive plan amendment? It is well within the legal authority of the council commission to not transmit and deny a proposed applicant-generated plan amendment to change the county's existing duly adopted comprehensive plan guiding future growth. All comprehensive plan amendments are legislative decisions which can be denied for any rational reason. Coastal Development of North Florida, Inc. versus City of Jacksonville Beach, 788 SO 2D 204, Florida 2001. Minna versus County Commission of Broward County, 783 SO 2D 1054, 2001. The Florida Supreme Court in Coastal Development of North Florida, Inc. versus City of Jacksonville Beach, 788 SO 2D 204, Florida 2001, held that the comprehensive plan is a policy decision and represents a local government's fundamental policy decisions. Any proposed change to that established policy likewise is a policy decision. A comprehensive plan amendment request will require that the governmental entity determine whether it is socially desirable to reformulate the policies previously formulated for the orderly growth of the community. This will in turn require that it consider the likely impact that the proposed amendment would have on traffic, utilities, other services, and future capital expenditures, among other things. That is, in fact, precisely what occurred here. Such considerations are different in kind from those which come into play in considering a rezoning request. The court will consider whether the local government's decision to maintain the status quo in the land use plan was reasonable from a planning, economic, environmental, and fiscal responsibility standpoint. As we said in Martin County versus USUM 690 SO2D 1288, Florida 1997, the fairly debatable standard of review for legislative comprehensive plan amendments is a highly deferential standard that will sustain a local government decision on a comprehensive planning action, even if reasonable persons could differ as to its propriety. In other words, an ordinance may be said to be fairly debatable when for any reason it is open to dispute or controversy on grounds that make sense or point to a logical deduction. Can fact-based observation layperson testimony be considered competent, substantial evidence? The Florida Supreme Court explained that competent, substantial evidence is evidence that's sufficiently relevant and material that a reasonable mind would accept it. DeGroat versus Sheffield, 95, SO2D 912, Florida 1957. Further, even layperson or non-expert testimony in a land use or zoning case is perfectly permissible and can constitute substantial competent evidence if it is fact-based. This can include fact witness observation testimony about relevant facts and documentary evidence, including fact-based observations, photographs, aerials, and maps. Metropolitan-Dade County versus Blumenthal, 675, S2D, 598, Florida District App 3D, 1996. What are the private property rights of the applicant? A decision not to transmit one particular landowner's applicant generated request to change the duly adopted comprehensive plan can be denied and does not subject the county to liability. The applicant is only entitled to some reasonable existing economic use of their land under the Constitution, which only requires that the property retain some use and economic value, but does not guarantee a specific use or value. For example, agricultural land purchased at agricultural land prices retains value in use for agricultural purposes. The court will also look at other lands owned by the applicant and look all possible uses on all of the parcels, including existing density and uses. The courts will look at the existing and what was allowed and what was not allowed under the existing zoning when the applicant purchased the property. For example, if you bought ag-zoned land, you got ag-zoned land. And if you bought a swamp, you got a swamp. And the applicant has no constitutional right to fill the swamp. The applicant does not have entitlement to an increase in density or intensity. Florida's Burt-Harris Act awards landowners damages for a mere diminution in value caused by a downsizing of property occurring after 1995. But Burt-Harris Act does not award damages for the failure to increase density, especially to a higher residential density and commercial intensity on the property that was not allowed by the duly adopted comprehensive plan and zoning code as it existed on the effective date of the Burt-Harris Act in 1995. The city can and should retain the existing duly adopted comprehensive plan as originally adopted and vote not to transmit and deny the landowner's applicant generated request to change the duly adopted comp plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morris Gill. Morris Gill.
That's all right. They'll get asked for
We gave him 5 minutes.
I think there might be miscommunication. I think they put into record 11 names that were waiving their time, so residents that are here that are not going to speak, so they would have an extra 30 minutes. And I think there must have been miscommunication on who would be speaking. So we had, I believe, is that your planner? Yeah, so I think he spoke for extra time, and then I believe Joey was going to speak for extra time. And was there one more? Okay, and that was going to be for 6 minutes. So I would vote to give him extra time to finish because I think they did have 3, and we have residents that are waiving their time.
Okay, it's much shorter.
If I may,
Go ahead.
can I get a little bit clarification as to who will be
right.
waiving their time? Because I don't.
And then there's residents downstairs.
Oh, okay,
And then
downstairs.
I did submit it to the clerk, the names that were signed as well
Okay.
for the record, so
Okay.
it would be documented.
Awesome.
City clerk, do you have all that? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
As long as our
Just-
clerk's good, I'm good.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so this is from Dennis Knox Bear, attorney and circuit court mediator from Flagler Beach. Email from him to Vicki Conklin. Ms. Conklin, I'm sorry to hear that Mr. Brooks cannot make the hearing this evening. Due to short notice, I am not able to attend from Flagler County. My background is 40 years as a Florida licensed attorney with extensive experience in land use and zoning matters. I have represented local governments, landowners, and citizens groups, and also served as a special magistrate for Burt Harris claims. As discussed, the transmittal of the comp plan amendment is not an inconsequential action. It triggers a new level of land use entitlements for which all future zoning and land use decisions are guided by. Transmittal is a significant step required before rezoning can occur. Any relevant studies should be performed prior to transmittal as recommended by your expert, Mr. Forgy, and city planning staff. As an FYI, Mr. Forget is recognized statewide as an expert on golf course conversion cases. I have worked with him on the Tamaka Oaks Golf Course in Ormond Beach, Florida. Dennis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
City Clerk, next card.
Morris Gill. Morris. Brian Yarnell.
Good evening. My name is Brian Yarnell, and I represent the Association of Fairways at Royal Oaks. I'm a lawyer with the law firm of Gray Robinson, and I guess since we're given numbers of years we've been doing this, I've been doing it 30 years. I'm here to talk to you about several issues, but I'm going to skip some because a lot of people have talked about a lot of the issues I was going to talk about. But I do want to go over the deed, and I've provided you with a package. And I'd like you to look at the deed, and it's a tab A of the package I've provided, and I've highlighted certain language that I'd like to focus on. If you'll notice that the first thing is it's a deed from Royal Oak Development Company to the city of Titusville. So Royal Oak is the party of the first part. The city of Titusville is the party of the second part. It's titled a fee simple deed. It's not titled an easement. It's not titled a prescription or prescription. It's titled deed. Now it says, witness that the party of the first part, for and in consideration of the sum of $10 to him in hand paid, is hereby acknowledged, has granted, bargained, sold, and transferred, and by these presents does grant, bargain, sell, and transferred unto the said party of the second part, all that certain parcel of land lying and being in the county of Brevard in state of Florida, more particularly described as follows. And then it gives the metes and bounds legal descriptions. Now, it does have the word easement in there, but it doesn't have the language of an easement deed. An easement deed has essentially a right-of-way of usage. This is not a right-of-way. This is not an easement. Now, you've heard people call it an easement because they're picking up on this word out of the deed. But it is clear that it's a fee simple deed. And it makes itself even clearer on page 2. It says, together with all the tenements, hereditaments, and appurtenances, with every privilege, right, title, interest, and estate, dover, and right of dower, reversion, remainder, and easement thereto belonging or in any ways appertaining, to have and to hold the same in fee simple forever. This is a fee simple deed. Now, the city attorney has a different opinion, but
Okay, hold on, time out, stop the clock. I think our audio visual system kind of reset for a second and it cut out your mic. So can you push the button and see if it turns back on? There you go.
Can I have a few more minutes to finish my discussion of the property? 3 more minutes?
Be up to council.
Yeah, I believe this was the last one that was requiring extra time from the group. And so how much time would you need?
Just 3 minutes.
Okay, I make that motion.
Second. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Did you say aye? Okay. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. So here's the issue. The city owns the property. The developer does not. If you look at the development plan, they're doing away with all the ponds, it looks like. Well, in each of these ponds are these easements. The developer does not own the easement, as it's called. And the only reason I'm calling it an easement is because it calls it that as a title. Since the developer doesn't own the property, it can't develop it on those little slivers of land that run between these ponds to promulgate the drainage. And who owns those? The city. Has the city maintained them? Yes, over the past 60 years, but in the past decade or so, they haven't. And they're falling apart. They're put in there with this corrugated steel that doesn't last more than 60 years. And so they start caving in and they start falling apart. But the city has no plans to update that drainage. And so the second issue is, even if you call it an easement, let's say Ms. Treasurer is correct that it's an easement. Well, the city has taken on the responsibility of maintaining the stormwater management system. And there's case law that says that when the city or a governmental agency takes on the responsibility, they can be held liable in negligence for failing that responsibility. And another issue is that the developer can't just build up on the property without any concern for the neighbors. There is a concept in law that says, yes, you can develop your property, and yes, you can have a reasonable impact on your neighbor, but you can't flood them out. And we believe that's what's happening here. Now, that's a problem that's going to be between the Royal Oak neighborhood and this developer, because the developer will be impacting their property. But I think the city needs to first take a close look at what it owns and what the developer is asking to use that the city owns. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Merrill Freeman.
Sorry, who?
Merrill Freeman. Nope.
Hi, I'm Beryl Freeman. I'm a native Titusvillan, and I had my baby here. I don't normally do this. I don't do politics. I work 40 hours a week. I raise 3 kids. I stay at home. This is crazy for me to be here on a school night. It was really hard to get here. So I hope you'll listen to what I have to say. So me and my family of 5, we live between Knox-McCrae and Country Club on Barna. We live in that little curve. You know what I'm talking about, the little curve? Last year, a man who was going way too fast crashed into my neighbor's living room and displaced them for an entire year. It destroyed the structural integrity of their house. They had to get a new roof, new walls. 2 months ago, another man crashed into the sign in front of the apartment complexes just south of us. Everyone's hit our mailbox. Everyone's hit our neighbor's mailbox, our next neighbor's mailbox, our neighbor's trees. If you go a couple houses down, you're going to notice that there's these big wooden poles sticking out in front of his yard to keep people from running into his yard. Every single one of those poles is bent. Every single one of those poles has been hit. It's all we can do to make sure someone's not going to crash into our house. At this point, if this happens and we have 511 new homes, if we're going to be conservative here, that's 511 new cars driving on my stretch of Barna every day. That's going to make it a lot less safe for me and my family. That's being conservative. Most people have 2 cars. Most families have 2 cars. And these are single-family homes, right? So I don't think anyone's going to be considering, I don't think they took the traffic of my little section of Barna when someone crashed in my neighbor's house, going way too fast in an area that no one is doing anything about to protect, besides put a sign up that says, slow. Didn't do anything. A couple months after that, someone crashed into the sign, so that didn't help. So I guess my thing is, if you're going to do a vote today, please don't do a vote that might get somebody killed. So, thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Richard O'Daughtery.
Who?
Richard O'Daughtery. I think he may have left. It was a gentleman that came up earlier. Laura Lee Thompson.
Officer, can you let her know that she's up? We can go to the next card while we wait for her to come up.
Vicki Nelson. Vicki Nelson. Is there a Vicki Nelson down there? Kurt Kelly.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Just wanted to address a few things. Of course, I agree with my wife about the developer bought the land understanding what it was, and they were hoping to get it flipped so they could do their development. I agree with so many of the great points here, the traffic, the water runoff. They're all wonderful points. What I would like to address is the concern of these properties need to, or the people coming into the city because of our space industry, they're going to be enticed to live in these properties. With their level of income, I don't think these properties would ever entice these people. It would be below their pay grade. As far as the revenue goes from these properties coming in, the level of scale that is happening with our space industry over the next 10 years, the revenue's coming. It is going to be Apollo times 10. So the revenue's coming no matter what for the business owners. That answer is going to be answered, and I don't think building this is going to make that happen or not happen. It's already in the pipeline. So I do agree with the residents. It should definitely stay the way it is for now. However, with the explosion of population and investment over the next 10 years, the land will probably be used for something. I would say the next developer needs to punch up a lot higher for what Space Coast is going to become over the next 10 years. It's going to be a revolution in this area. Like I said, it's going to be Apollo times 10. So I think the next developer needs to punch higher and give us something that we deserve and we'd all be very proud about. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. City Clerk, Ms. Laura Lee. Do you have something different for me? That has nothing to do with this. Just a random thing she wanted to bring me from previous conversations.
Laura Lee Thompson, 3550 Irwin Avenue in Mims. We have a problem here in Titusville that became painfully obvious with the neighborhood flooding that occurred during the rain bomb event of last October. We also have a problem with putting too much fresh water into the Indian River Lagoon through our ditches and our stormwater conveyances. We've been draining wetlands on the western side of town that are in the St. Johns River Basin into the Indian River for decades. That is just wrong. St. Johns River Water Management District says that the solution to Titusville's flooding issues and too much fresh water going into the river is to build a collection of stormwater parks throughout the city. What a wonderful vision that is. Parks throughout the city that will improve our residents' quality of life and address issues with flooding and too much fresh water going into the Indian River Lagoon. Royal Oak could be the crown jewel of the stormwater park system for the southwestern portion of the city. Green space is one of the best development decisions if one is trying to repurpose a golf course. Green spaces are sustainable from an economic, environmental, and social perspective. Many communities suffer from a dearth of green space and natural areas, particularly in Florida, and are unlikely to have that much green space elsewhere altogether in one area. Converting abandoned golf courses into stormwater parks and recreational amenities for communities, that's not a new concept. It's being done all over the state. Bobby Jones Golf Course, Golf Club and Nature Park in Sarasota, Bay Point Golf Course in Pinellas County, Pinecrest Golf Course in Largo, the Old Golf Course Transformation Project in Cape Coral, Deer Run in Castleberry, and I heard it earlier mentioned, Rolling Hills in Longwood. The citizens were able to get that turned into a really nice stormwater and recreational complex. So I gave you a couple of concepts to look at so you can get an idea of the possibilities. The gentleman that spoke before me, speaks the truth. The economic development is coming to the town, whether we want it or not. We want it. But we also need to have green spaces and recreational areas for the new people that are coming to our community. And we have to get our stormwater under control. And we have to figure out how to stop dumping our fresh water from wetlands that are supposed to be draining into the St. Johns River into the Indian River. Our planning staff says that an alternative to transmittal for Gemini Lakes is to study the issue, determine options, and develop a small area or neighborhood community plan. So we're
Thank you, Ms.
fortunate to have this opportunity to talk about a vision for redevelopment of a golf
Thank you.
course. We deserve that chance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Kay St. Ange.
I was
she
saying, I
went
did not
home?
see her.
Okay. Stan Johnston.
I don't think we did.
My name is Stan Johnson. I've done a number of subdivisions and site plans in the city of Titusville, and I used to work for the city for 8 years, about 8 years. And I was in public works and not in community development. But in what's going on in community development now is same thing I've used the word, but it's unacceptable and it's horrible. What I have done is I've bought and I gave Laura Lee Thompson, I gave her a stormwater master plan, and I gave Brad Parrish's stormwater master plan because they don't use it. They don't use it. So right now, we're talking about a project that should be evaluated by the stormwater management plan. Guess what? A long time ago, we were supposed to clean out the drainage to South Lake. Long time ago. We still have never done it. Over 50 years later. It's still the same thing it was. It's still there. It's still being cleaned, but it's not cleaned like it's supposed to be. Same thing. Similarly, we can say that thing for the big canal that we have, the Ellis Canal. It's supposed to be inspected and cleaned. We're not doing it. This is their fault. This is our community development fault. They're not reviewing the project as they should. That's serious. And of course, what have I done? I've already told you. I contacted the FBI. It's so bad. What we have here is not just bad stuff, but we have fraud, false reports on sustainability. How can you possibly have sustainability when you do not maintain legal positive outfalls? You don't have it. Our city is in bad shape. And I've said that many times. And you still aren't listening. I don't know what it's going to take to make you listen. But anyhow, I want to just change subject a little bit. In 2012, I approached Mayor Tully and I said, my God, it's only about $2 million. Why don't you buy this? Why don't the city just go ahead and buy this Royal Oak, 147 acres? No, it's not a good idea. It's crazy. Well, the thing is, what I see crazy now is $48 million for a police station, and they haven't been begging for one. How are you going to spend your money? I don't think you're spending your money wisely. If you were doing wisely, you would have bought it a long time ago. I don't know if there's still a chance to do it, but that's what I would like to propose to you. Just buy it. Thank you. And you got 12 seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. City Clerk?
Jill McKnight.
Evening. At least it's not morning yet. I'm Jim McKnight, and I am a professional planner, have served as an expert witness, and I represent the Fairways at Royal Oaks Association 96-unit condominium. And I represent them on this request alone. My career spanned 42 years in local government in Brevard County, 36 years as a city manager. I have seen many requests for comprehensive plan amendments, with the majority as a blank sheet of paper, undeveloped land waiting for an appropriate use and never developed. This site owned by Toulon is hardly a blank sheet of paper. In 1989, while serving as city manager in Rockledge, we were hit by a similar rain event that you experienced last October. Of note, it was in October also, and it exposed stormwater deficiencies in the city. It led to two major policy changes. One was land acquisition. We acquired land to build active stormwater lakes that became stormwater parks. Secondly, we changed our standards for drainage retention for new development. Those two things have made a big difference in that city. I bring this up because it relates directly to the redevelopment of the Royal Oak Golf Course property. There are many unanswered questions relative to drainage, and there is a direct impact on my clients. 2 ponds are co-owned with Fairways condominium, and there has been no contact by the owner or developer as to how to address this major issue. There is the question related to this 1964 fee simple easement recorded to the city of Titusville and providing responsibility to the city. There are damages accruing to my clients from both ponds, and nothing has been addressed by the city or the owner of the golf course property. Additionally, there are remaining questions about property ownership. Research indicates that legal description has been piecemealed together, and actual proof of ownership is at least in question. The advertisement map does not actually provide a legal description, so it is difficult to ascertain if it is accurate. Of note is also that what you're seeing in the way of a master plan is about 40% more impervious. That's standard, okay? And the lake that we own is being shown to be filled in partially, their half. That's going to be a big problem for the people at Fairways. So how does this relate to the comprehensive plan amendment? As council will decide your next steps tonight. Before entitlement is granted, these issues need to be resolved to the satisfaction of all affected parties. City staff has provided an alternative to complete an independent small area study to address all the issues brought up tonight. An opportunity for collaboration to move forward with a comprehensive plan transmittal at a different date. Simply stated, the process has not ripened to move forward at this time.
Thank you, sir. City Clerk?
Joseph Pieretti. It's Joseph, it's Pieretti, I believe. Nope. And then the last card is Tony Schifalo.
She's been downstairs.
She's downstairs.
Okay. Thank you very much. So that concludes the cards, correct? Thank you. I believe the applicant has an opportunity to address council, and then once they do, I'll let council ask their questions, assuming these mics don't cut off because the system just reset. What? Yeah, the screen just went all goofy on me. Yeah. You gotta push the button on the thing because it reset. Thank you.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you for allowing us the time to discuss some of what we heard tonight. I'm going to start with Bruce Moya so we can talk about stormwater and you can ask any questions that you may have of him.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Bruce Moya, President of MBB Engineering, Melbourne, Florida. There was a couple of things that said that I believe are incorrect, so I want to start with those. One statement that was made was that we didn't consider the properties that drain to the golf course stormwater system. That's the first thing that we did. So when you start a project like this, the first thing you need to do is define the basin that contributes to the golf course. So we went through every record we could possibly find, every permit, every map. We looked at LiDAR, we looked at surveys, we looked at St. John's website, got everything that was ever permitted, City of Titusville records to get everything we could get our hands on, and did multiple site visits to field verify everything that we thought we were seeing in the plans and information that we got. And based on that, we've determined that there's a 300-acre basin that drains to this property, including the about 150 that is the property. So overall, we know what's coming into the property. And when we learned about an actual 1966 master drainage plan that was, thank you, Mr. Johnston, for bringing that to our attention, we looked at that, compared it to what our findings are, and they are consistent. So what we found in all our findings, all our research, is even consistent with that 66 plan. So we know we have a real good idea of what's happening out there as far as drainage. And the best information that we have about what happens there, we kind of got lucky. I think, me personally, think we got lucky to see, because I heard real world mentioned. Well, we saw what happened real world in October here. So we looked at our model and said, hey, does our model reflect what happened in October? Based on testimony provided by the neighbors, photographs. We looked at our model, and it reflects exactly what happened in October. So we feel we have a really, really good model of what's happening out there. So we know that we can, when we do our final design, and we've done our conceptual design, that we believe we're going to lower the stages elevations of those neighboring properties in the design storm so that it'll be less of an impact on what's happening right now. Now, in addition, the second thing that I heard that was incorrect is that we are polluting the Indian River. I hope not, because if it was, it's been doing it for 60 years. But thank God this property drains west. It does not drain east to the Indian River. It drains west to the St. John's. So this facility has no impact on the Indian River Lagoon. So I think that's good news. Currently, the system has zero treatment. Whatever water flows into those lakes goes directly off-site with no treatment whatsoever. All those years of fertilizer and pesticides and all that, and whatever's remaining, continues to go off-site directly into your ditches out to the St. John's River. That's not going to happen when we develop this property. We will have to meet the brand new December 28th St. John or DEP standards for additional treatment for reduction of nitrogen and phosphorus. So we think we're going to way improve. As far as water quality, it's not even close. It's going to be a massive improvement. There's a little bit of a problem with the existing system. There's two lakes that are isolated. They're not connected to any of the system at all. So they just fill up until they overflow. They don't recover. They don't go to any other part. They just keep filling up, whenever the rainfall events occur. So, and they're all interconnected by, whatever is interconnected is by some pipes that have been in the ground for probably 60 years that have a 25-year lifespan. So some of the things we're going to do, we're going to interconnect all the lakes. We're going to replace all those pipes. In addition, over on Nelson Place, and we verified this through a field survey, actually did it myself, there's a pipe that comes off of Nelson Place. And if you look at the pipe where it ends to go into the golf course, you can't see the pipe. is completely covered. So it doesn't even have positive flow coming out of the pipe. So what we will do is actually bring that pipe directly into the lake so that when water hits the street, it'll go directly to the pond. On Finsterwall Drive, there's 2 pipes that come off Finsterwall Drive, and it has an inlet at the road, a pipe that goes down the side lot line, and another inlet at the end. So the water has to go into the inlet, through the pipe, and come back up through the top of the inlet to even start flowing. So if the inlets are at the same elevation, basically the water's already backing into the road before it actually starts to outfall. So we're going to take that inlet out and we're going to pipe it directly to the pond, so that when the water hits that system, it goes directly into the stormwater pond. One of those pipes is actually, you can't even see the inlet. It's completely blocked, clogged, and grown over. So we think that we can make a very much of an improvement to the stormwater system in this area. And really, I think that we can do this. So we're hoping that you agree with that, and I'm here to answer any questions regarding stormwater.
Vice Mayor Cole?
You know, I think that one way we can help the community feel comfortable is if the city hires an engineering firm to look at the stormwater and actually see what the stormwater does. Now, I said the city would do the contract. However, if the city's going to do the contract, who's going to pay for it? I would like to see if the contractor would pay for the stormwater study that would somewhat assure the residents that the runoff, because stormwater seems to be the strain that I hear running throughout this whole thing. What everyone is saying is stormwater. So maybe we can solve this problem by you funding it for us to do a separate engineering study for stormwater. Now, maybe I don't ask you, maybe I need to ask them if they're willing to do it.
Yeah, you'll have to ask them, but you know, if we do, to respond to that, so it's going to be a pretty massive study. So I would think that if, and this is what usually happens in other areas, is we would do the study, and normally the city and the St. John's and everybody else reviews it. You could have that third party review what we did instead of just recreate an entire study on their own.
Order.
So,
Come on. He has his time up here.
That's-
Council's asking
yeah.
questions.
That's
Thank you,
what-
Vice Mayor Cole, for the suggestion. We're
Yeah.
going to keep asking questions of the stormwater plan. Please don't interrupt. Member Nelson.
So Bruce, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Maybe I just don't totally understand it. But I understand that the new development would be 3 feet above the floodplain?
No,
You
well,
build it
I can't really answer that. We haven't done a grading plan. That golf course varies from elevation 17 to elevation 35 right now.
Okay.
So there's an 18-foot grade differential in that golf course as it undulates from north to south. So, you know, we got to look at how we abut the properties that we abut so that we can maintain water flow and still make sure that the stormwater doesn't exceed the bank. So if the stormwater now, and basically what we've seen is the stormwater currently, based on the photographs we saw from October,
Yeah,
stage up to about elevation about 21.
okay.
Okay, so that's a little, you know, that's higher than some spots, lower than others. That's where we have our design that we're maintaining it at that level through the post. So once even when we did the analysis, even when we put all the lots and the roads in place, that water level doesn't go any higher than that 21 that it does now.
Okay. Other question.
And that varies a little bit here and there, but that's general.
And I will tell you, my dad was the original land developer. So that was my playground for a while. Basically, go out and play and leave me alone. But it always seemed as a kid that everything around Royal Oak and Royal Oak itself flowed down. The property but sloping toward that golf course. And so when you guys are when you're looking at how to stop flooding, I know you considered the property in Royal Oak, but what about the property outside of Royal Oak?
Well, yeah, so we don't, obviously, everything in Royal Oak does not drain to this property,
Yeah,
but about 150 acres of it does. That's what we've included. And that's very consistent with that 66 master plan of where the limits of that, of what actually flows to the property. So we ground truth that. So we have, like I said, we have about 150 acres of our property and about 150 acres of Royal Oak, existing Royal Oak neighborhood properties that drain to our, that
Okay.
drain to that system.
so I'm wrong in thinking that the property surrounding Royal Oak doesn't drain that way?
It drains, yes. So some of them just have the rear lots that drain there. Some of them drain through pipes. Like I said, some pipes that actually come there, they come into the neighborhood, into the golf course lower than the grade that it's supposed to drain to. So you have some that is positive and you have some that's a negative drainage. It actually has to overcome a higher grade to get to the pond. So we're going to fix that. So we're going to make sure that it's a direct drainage to the pond. It won't have to overcome a mound or some other thing, you know, that's over time. Things have been, whether, I don't know if they've been filled in over time, but if you can go out there on that and at the end of that cul-de-sac and you try to, if you see that, the end of that pipe, it's about 2 feet under the ground.
Okay.
So it can't flow until it's full.
That was fixed.
So we would fix that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Any more questions from this board to Mr. Moya, Vice Mayor Cole?
I don't know if my question was answered.
Oh, there we go.
The
The answer's
question's
yes.
answered.
There you go.
All right,
Way to call the question.
thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moya.
Okay.
Yes, just to clarify, again, Kim Rosanka for the owner and the developer. Yes, Coulter is willing to pay for that stormwater plan that you've requested. All right. But I do want to point out, as one member of the audience said, they've been fighting this for 3 years. They've known this is coming. There's a 240-page stormwater report in your package. No one's discussed it. No one asked an expert to look at it. All they came here with their speculation, fears, catastrophizing opinions. There are tons of reports that they could have looked at, and all they did was just continue throwing their fears. And I understand that. Change is hard. People are used to using it as their playground, but it's someone's private property, and it's going to change. The developer bought a defunct golf course, defunct now for 10 years, and it's got drainage problems, as we know, and you have a provision in your comprehensive plan and your code and in Florida statutes that deals with infill, and this fits infill. No one said it doesn't. Someone said, oh, well, it doesn't meet infill, but no one told us why they think it doesn't meet infill. You've had a planner say this is infill. I want to take you back to your expert planner, Community Development Director Brad Parrish. In his report to members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, the recommended action was approve the transmittal of the application to the State of Florida Land Planning Agency. Mr. Parrish is your expert. This is an expert report that supports what we're requesting. If you look at the actual report, it also clearly supports transmittal. It's not speculative. It's not an opinion with no facts, as one attorney in a letter stated. This shows your surrounding future land use. And this is future land use. This is not zoning. This is not development. This is the maximum intensity of low-density residential, which surrounds this property. And actually, there's higher density. There's multifamily high density near this property, the condominium. So the surrounding property future land use is compatible, is like for like. It does not say you can build 5 units. It says you can build up to 5 units. That's later a planning decision with a master plan, a sketch plat, all that other things. Then if you look at the comprehensive plan amendment review on page 5 of the staff report, the summary of the staff's finding, Based upon the criteria below, the staff did not find the proposed future land use amendment will encourage sprawl. That's point one. That supports this request for the comprehensive plan amendment. And you go further, and it talks about section 3423 and the criteria, and it goes through them. Surrounding areas, predominantly detached single-family and multifamily residential. Again, compatible. The extent of the population growth. You're having population growth. You need more homes. The extent of adequate infrastructure to accommodate the proposed amendment. The preliminary concurrency evaluation provides that these will be met. The extent to which the amendment will result in an efficient use of public funds. We're not using public funds. If a CDD is approved or is suggested, you have to approve it. That comes to you. That's not before you yet. You'll have all the details of the CDD and you can vote it down if you don't like it. And then the developer is responsible for it all. So the CDD is a non-issue at this point. The extent of the amendment will not result in urban sprawl. It won't. The extent to which the amendment will result in sustainable development pattern. Subject isn't an approved subdivision. There are no environmentally sensitive areas. The extent to which the amendment results in a positive market, economic, and fiscal benefit. The estimated population growth. Population amendment is in line with typical growth patterns. Then it says consistency with the comprehensive plan. And your staff says the comprehensive plan amendment and zoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and more specifically with the following objectives and policies of the comprehensive plan, and lists a litany of comprehensive plans which this meets. That is your criteria, your comp plan and your urban sprawl and the criteria which you review. It's not your opinion, it's not how you feel, it's not what the neighbors want, it's not if 6,000 people click on something. It's the facts that were presented to you that meet your code and your comp plan. The recurring theme here is substantial questions exist, but no one has taken on these substantial questions, even though we provided all the evidence to answer those questions. They talk mostly about the arguments against zoning, and we're not at zoning yet. We're just at a policy decision based upon your comp plan and your criteria, whether it makes sense to move this to medium density residential. You heard from Mr. Moya. Sorry, low density. I'm sorry. If I said medium, I misspoke.
Ma'am, I'm going to have to caution you for the outburst.
It is low density. There was discussion about scale and form and impact, all of which are zoning concepts. They talk about other cities. There are over 900 cities in Brevard and all of the state of Florida. This is not Edgewood. This is not Martin County. This is Titusville with Titusville staff, Titusville studies, and Titusville regulations. Drainage is not a criteria for land use, but Coulter is willing to take that on to prove to you all, the decision makers, that this is not going to impact the neighborhood. In fact, that's a basic development principle that you have to retain all the stormwater you're already retaining, and you have to treat it now through the new rules. The fee simple deed, again, there is no evidence to the contrary that the developer doesn't own, the owner doesn't own. There's a warranty deed, so the legal description is well known. There's an atlas survey in your file that is well known. There's a title opinion that was issued to Toulon. If they want to challenge the ownership, it could have been done in the past 3 years. If they want to challenge whether it's an easement or a fee simple deed, they could do that. We have title insurance. We'll take on that challenge, but no one's done that. They're just spewing speculations. And your city attorney and actually your growth management director also says, these are easements. They're not maintained by the city. It's unknown if the city ever accepted that fee simple deed or those easements. You have to accept it. It appears you didn't. So back in 1966, it got recorded, but you can record a deed, but someone has to accept it. The attorneys and the planners made a number of comments, either in person or by letter. The comp plan amendments, and I do agree with this, the comp plan amendment is a policy decision. It is based upon your comp plan. It's also based on your procedures for amendment, which are set forth in your code. They have to be based on competent, substantial evidence, and there has to be a logical reason. One of your planning members actually said, oh, we can just do it because we can just deny it because of our opinions. And no one challenged that planning member on that, and that's not true. You have to have a logical basis and competent and substantial evidence to support it. With that, we would request that you transmit this to the state for review. Doesn't mean you have to approve it when it comes back. They'll look at it. There may be changes. We'll agree, Culture will agree, the developer, to do a stormwater plan during that time frame. There's 180 days once this comes back for you to do something with it. We have time and we're willing to do that. But we don't need another review of the golf courses. That study is very comprehensive. It included more than just Royal Oak. And the city council at that time decided not to adopt any ordinance to manage the golf course redevelopment because it is private property. It's not a public park. It's not a stormwater park, but it will act as a better stormwater plan for you than you have now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant, Vice Mayor?
My question is for Brad.
Okay, thank you.
In the event that we approve this, this does not change the land use at all, and it doesn't change the rezoning. Am I correct in what I'm saying?
Correct. Tonight's action, all you'll be doing, if you approve this, is basically requiring staff to send this to the state. It doesn't change any entitlements.
And when it comes back for the state, is that when the rezoning or whatever comes into play?
That's when we will schedule adoption hearings, which will include the land use amendment and the rezoning on your agenda.
Okay, thank you.
All right, before anything else is said, can I have a motion to extend the meeting, please? Let's say
So
midnight.
moved.
All right,
So moved.
I got a motion by Member Nelson. I have a second by Vice Mayor Call. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We're still here. Member Stokel, did you have something?
Yes, I had a question. Tapping onto what Vice Mayor said. So would it be fair to say then if we feel as a council that what's been presented, it is not appropriate for this particular piece of property to be low-density residential land use, we should not send it to the state?
You have the option of not approving this request to transmit to the state. I would recommend that you state a reason for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Member Nelson?
My preference would be to not transmit it at this point and look at doing a small area study. I've been here forever, long time, getting longer. I remember Royal Oak as it was. We had Tarzan running up and down the street. We won't discuss what kind of state he was in, but yeah, let me say it was after 9 o'clock. It's a jewel, and I want to make sure that whatever we do is in keeping with the neighborhood. That is something that sort of blends in with it. And Josh, I will tell you right now, I sort of look at it and go, I feel like we're trying to shove a lot of houses in a small area, which aren't really matching the neighborhood. Bruce, I will say you did a great job. Josh, you did a great job too. You did a great job. I talked to one of your counterparts, a guy named Sid, who said to tell you you're absolutely brilliant. But, you know, the issues like with the outfalls over by the condos and filling in part of that lake, that concerns me. It concerns me that we have 2 exits from Royal Oak that we're turning around and we're filling in part of a lake to make an exit. And then there's an exit going out on Barna, which seems to be really close to that intersection. And I just, before we do anything, I want to make sure that it is perfect, you know? So to me, stepping back and solving all those issues is maybe something we should do.
Thank you, Member Nelson. Member Moscoso, please hold applause.
Thank you. Yeah, I would definitely agree. I think that we need to do our due diligence. I appreciate the speaker who spoke about the fiscal analysis. I think that's extremely important. I hadn't heard about that before. With this, I think we've been talking to our residents a lot about a stormwater management plan for the entire city. And so I've heard a few things about how we don't need to just look at one piece of property. We have to look at everything as a whole. And so I feel like this would be very premature to go ahead and transmit. And I just want to harp on this. It's not just simply sending it there. Right. When we send it there, that means we are saying we think this property is okay to have more than 79 homes on. And what that does is when it comes back here, it makes it much harder for us to say we don't agree with the rezone. It makes it much harder because the developer can say, well, you guys did say this was okay for low density. And so I just want to make sure that we're very clear on that. I do feel like it is premature, so I would agree with Councilmember Stokel and Ms. Nelson.
Member Stokel.
Yes. I think Member Nelson and I have been dealing with this issue for over 8 years, so very familiar with it. And you guys are no stranger to me looking at this map every time that we have a land use request before us. And it was Michael Myjack that brought it up. A very good point that I always try to remember is we need to be very mindful of not spot zoning and looking at one particular piece of property. And so when I look at this and I see it's right in the center of our city, there's a lot of recreational, open space, conservation area. Even though we're hearing things about the stormwater and where runoff will go, if you start to look west of it, we know from the recent flooding issues, that's where a lot of our flooding issues happened. So that gives me pause and concern. The other thing is it's hard for me to understand fully, which is why I would want to get more information on while they would maintain half of it still open space, that also means the other half would now become impervious pavement. And so how does that improve the situation? So I would want to learn more about that, how that can happen. The fee simple deed, I tell you, part of me wonders, because I was not alive back then, what they were thinking, though part of me thinks that they probably were potentially anticipating this and saying, you know, this area could potentially have issues. Maybe we need to put in some protections to make sure that this area does not flood. So looking through that, that also gives me pause. And then I believe it was Connie that mentioned, and if you look at the proposed development, it is true that 8 homes existing backing up to now what's proposed as 18. So even though the current zoning on Royal Oak as it is R1B, a lot of the homes, a lot of the lots are much greater than the minimum requirement. So I think to Member Nelson's point, I'd want to make sure it's compatible. So for those reasons, I would want to move to deny and take some more time.
Can I ask a favor of all y'all? Can you just wait till we vote and then cheer? Yeah, so we can conduct the business part of it? Yeah, because we still need to hear. All right. Does anybody have any further questions of staff, applicant, or anything you heard tonight? Any further discussion from this board? I'm not seeing any, then I'll entertain a motion from council. Member Nelson.
I would move to direct the staff to conduct a small area study to guide redevelopment of the area and to deny the transmittal of the comp plan amendment.
Don't cheer yet.
I'll
Getting ahead of yourself.
second
Calm down.
that.
All right, I have a motion from Member Nelson. I have a second from Member Moscoso. Seeing no further discussion, City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Cole?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Moscoso?
Yes.
Member Nelson? Yes. Mayor Connors?
Yes, motion carries. Thank you very much. I am now calling a 10-minute recess. Order, please exhibit decorum. City Manager.
Yes, sir. Moving on to 9C, the small-scale amendment, application number 7-2025, 1400 Elizabeth Avenue. Brad will read the ordinances, but first we'll go ahead and read the rules of quasi-judicial procedure for the second ordinance.
Okay, during the public hearing portion of the meeting, anyone wishing to speak on quasi-judicial item must first sign a public hearing agenda card and sign the oath contained therein. These cards are located at the front of the council chambers. Those speaking in favor of a request will be heard first, those opposed will be heard second, and those who wish to make a public comment on the item will speak third. The applicant may make a brief rebuttal if necessary. Witnesses may be cross-examined by the applicant, council, staff, representatives, and such other representatives as authorized by council. If you have photographs, sketches, or documents that you desire the city council to consider, they must be submitted into evidence and will be retained by the city. City clerk, have any persons wishing to speak before city council signed an oath? Yes. Is there anyone present who has not signed an oath card and wishes to speak on a quasi-judicial item? If so, please submit your card at this time. City clerk, have all agenda items been properly advertised? Yes. Council members, at this time, would you like to make your ex parte disclosures, please?
Member Nelson.
If any?
None.
Okay, thank you.
Member Moscoso? None for me as well. I would like to disclose, can you turn these lights down? My eyes are killing me.
And it's cold in here since we're complaining.
Yeah. Hey, Curtis, can you turn those down a little bit? Because my eyes are just fried at this point. Or, Will, can you turn down the light, those lights? Yeah. The stage lights. Yeah. Stage lights. Sorry, like I literally am seeing spots, guys. All right. So everybody's made their disclosure, no ex parte communication, continue city attorney. All right, city manager.
An ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances by amending ordinance number 60-1988, which adopted the comprehensive plan of the City of Titusville, by amending the future land use designation on land located at the northwest corner of Elizabeth Avenue and Queen Street from low-density residential to high-density residential on 3.61 plus or minus acres of property having parcel ID number 22-35-09-02-7, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinances, and providing for an effective date. And the next ordinance. For the rezoning, an ordinance amending ordinance number 5-1993 of the City of Titusville, Florida, by amending the zoning map made a part of said ordinance by reference by changing the zoning classification on land located at the northwest corner of Elizabeth Avenue and Queen Street from the single-family medium-density R1B zoning district to the multifamily high-density residential R3 zoning district on 3.61 plus or minus acres of property having parcel ID number 22-35-09-02-*7, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinances, and providing for an effective date. I'll go ahead into the report. The staff report begins on page 1538 of your packet. Again, this application is to change the comprehensive plan future land use map by replacing the low-density residential future land use designation with the high-density residential future land use designation. And then if that ordinance is adopted by council, the next action would be to consider amending the zoning map by replacing the single-family medium-density R1B zoning district to the multifamily high-density R3 zoning district. The staff reviewed this application. We found it to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. The rezoning, we found that also to be consistent with the code and the comprehensive plan. We recommend approval. We didn't see an issue with the high-density residential. However, we also looked at the medium-density residential land use category and saw that as probably a better alternative if that is council's desire. It does seem a little bit more compatible in that area versus the high density. But again, from staff's perspective, we did not see an issue with the high density also. Will point out that at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the amendment to the comprehensive plan future land use map by changing the land use designation from low density to medium density. The approval was 7-0. The commission also recommended approval of the rezoning from the single-family medium density R1B to the multifamily medium density R2 zoning district instead of the R3 zoning district, consistent with a small-scale amendment. The applicant, from what I understand at the P&Z meeting, stated they agreed with or be okay with the change that the P&Z recommended, but they also want to see if there's a possibility that their original request could also be considered. So that is what's being recommended to you. From staff's point of view, we did not see an issue with the high density land use category and the R3 zoning. We do see that the medium density and the R2 is probably a little more compatible. P&Z picked up on that. That's what they recommended. The applicant still wants you to consider their original request. I'll point to you to the maps on page 1570 of your packet. There's an aerial that shows the property at the northwest corner of Elizabeth and Queen. And if you'll see, there's a large paper right-of-way or a public right-of-way that is unimproved right down the middle of this property, including a piece there just on the north side of this property, which is the end of 0th Avenue. In addition to this request, there's another agenda item following this one that will ask you to consider vacating those public rights-of-way. In the staff report, there is a table where we identified what the densities would be in various scenarios, and that is on page 1540 of your packet. So the current low-density residential land use will allow 18 residential units. They're asking for high density. It will allow them to be 54 residential units. We did a concurrency review on that, and we believe that we didn't see an issue with the concurrency as far as impacting our level of service standards. We also there wasn't a need to request for a traffic study if they maxed the property out to that 54 units at the high density residential. The alternative, though, would be the medium density, which would bring it down to a max of 32 units per acre. But if the second agenda item is approved, all that changes. In the next column, you'll see that all those densities changed because now you've got added land to this property with the vacating of the right-of-way, and so all the densities here changed. Where if it is medium density that is selected, it'll be up to 40 units per acre. And 40 units total, excuse me, not per acre. And then if the high density, of course, their original request is approved, there's a potential of allowing up to 66 units. The school district provided a report. They did not see an issue. There was a community meeting that was held on a Wednesday morning at 9 a.m. There were no one attended. With that, I'll try and answer any questions you have. We did find this to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and the zoning code criteria.
Member Stokel?
Yes. If we were to say that the medium density residential may be more appropriate as transitional land use, would they need to submit another application, or could we do that tonight?
We didn't believe so. This was advertised at the higher level, and so bringing it down did not necessitate us having to re-advertise if that's the request. So we evaluated, and the other reason why we say that is because we evaluated both options.
Okay.
So the analysis is part of your staff report.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Question. If we approve the first one and we approve the second one, are we approving the first one without the right-of-way? Or does it go back it seems like the right-of-way should have been first before this, because then if we chose the right-of-way, then we could, there's a different density for the right-of-way than without the right-of-way. So how does that work? How would that work? If we approve this, does that approve both of these, the density with or without the right-of-way, since we haven't approved the right-of-way yet?
Understood. If you go back to that table on page 1540.
Yeah, I'm looking at that.
Okay.
Yes.
So that table, the action tonight on this particular agenda item right now, assuming you approve the land use amendment and the rezoning, both actions, will only result in changes you see on the left-hand side of that column. So it'll entitle them to the lower densities you see here. So for example, they're entitled to 18 units total on this property because there's a paper right-of-way there. If this amendment and the rezoning is changed, approved to high density, they'll be entitled up to 54 units.
Okay,
So
so
they
this
will-
can be approved without the right-of-way being approved first?
Correct.
Okay, got you. I'm good.
Member Stokel?
Sorry, one more question. Brad, can you just explain, so the skinnier piece that's right on Elizabeth, to me, I could see, how you came to the conclusion of that being high-density residential because it's right across. Can you explain the other piece that's larger, when right behind it is low-density residential, how that is compatible or how that made sense?
Sure. We saw the entire, so you see on the east side of Elizabeth, you got the high-density residential. So it's just really an extension of the existing category going across the street. We didn't see an issue with that. We believe that the land development regulations have enough performance standards in place to protect the existing single-family residential uses from any new multifamily that would be put there. So for example, there's a 20-foot landscape buffer requirement for a new multifamily development, and that we thought would be
Okay,
enough.
thank you. That's what I was wondering.
City Clerk, are there any cards?
We have one card. It's Tony Schifolo.
Schifolo, Tropic Street. I really don't have a pony in this parade, but I do want to speak about the process. And in your 2,000-page agenda, I'm sure you did not read, although Brad did mention the report about the community meeting. Summary, no members of the community were in attendance. We started promptly at 9 a.m. and completed our meeting at 10 a.m. Not a single resident came to speak about it. I think there's something wrong with the process. We asked the developers to have meetings. Coulter did. In 2024, they had 159 people at the first meeting, 151 at the second, they said. And 2 years later, when they had their next meeting, they only had 80 people. And I heard in that neighborhood, the talk was, oh, they just keep putting off the meetings, hoping that we'll forget. And a lot of people probably did, drop from 159 to 80. This getting a notice about a meeting that something is going to happen in your community, in your neighborhood, on your street often, should bring people out to meetings. But I say that in working class neighborhoods, which is the one we're talking about, Elizabeth Street, a meeting on a Wednesday morning at 9 a.m., how many working people can show up? Only retired people with nothing better to do, like me, can show up at those kinds of meetings. And this very same group, I know now I'm speaking of a pattern, because on Friday the 6th, just past Friday, I received a piece of mail that was mailed Thursday on the 5th about a meeting this morning at 9 a.m. about a piece of property wanting to be presented to planning and zoning and to council to have the land use changed and the zoning changed. Friday, I get a notice about a meeting on Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock. Now, how many people do you suppose showed up at that meeting with me? One other person. There's something wrong with the process that a developer has to have a meeting with the community, and they can have a meeting that starts at 9 a.m., nobody shows up, and at 10 a.m. we completed our meeting. What kind of meeting is that? Please, let's have some kind of tooth in that requirement that they meet with the communities. You see what happens when communities get together. They have opinions. And I'm sorry, Ms. Rosinka, opinions are important when you're talking about your community.
I completely agree with your assessment. And I even brought it up when we talked about the historic building ordinance, or we're talking about making laws that affect people's properties. You got to notify them. You know, you got to have that conversation. So again, I brought it up at the, 2 meetings ago, we had this discussion. So I'm completely in favor of us, looking at those rules to make sure that there's certain parameters. You have to notify people X amount of time. I know, I'm talking. You had your chance. Thank you. Let me, hey, I have not talked hardly at all night.
Excuse me, sir.
Please have a seat. Time's done. All right. Is there any other cards? All right. Can I have a motion from council if there's not any other discussion? Member Nelson?
Move to approve ordinance number 4-2026, which changes the land use, the comp plan future land use map from low-density residential to medium-density residential.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Any further discussion from this board? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Moscoso?
Yes.
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Mayor Connors?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cole?
Yes.
Can I have a motion?
And I would move to approve the zoning or the rezoning from single-family medium density to multifamily medium density.
Second.
I have a motion from Member Nelson, second from Member Stokel. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Member Moscoso?
Yes.
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Mayor Connors?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cole?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. City Manager?
Sir, moving on to 9D, the right-of-way vacate number 4-2025, 0th Avenue and Yale Street. And this is to conduct a public hearing and consider resolution number 3-2026, vacating, abandoning, and discontinuing certain rights-of-way for Yale Street and a portion of 0th Avenue.
Thank you. City Clerk, are there any cards?
Yes, so we have Joshua Wilson.
My girlfriend's not too happy that I do look like this. Anyway, members of the council, Mayor, thank you for having us. I just wanted to speak to the medium density versus high density. I think that Brad might have gotten some information from one of his senior planners that pertained to a different project where we were seeking to still go after the high density residential. It's a much smaller single infill lot. For this one, we were completely fine with the medium density. We wanted to, maintain that boundary and respect the residential community to the west. And the development goal here is to, bring accessible housing. And we're thinking about it not just from a how can we make money, but we're also thinking about the end users. And what I mean by that is, I don't know if you're familiar with the Fox Hollow development that recently was completed. They had a slew of quadruplexes, I want to say like 4 or 5. Their plan was for 2 1s. Our plan is for 2 2s and 3 2s. And we believe that, that additional bathroom will help to remove some friction in times where, members of our community need to sublease their places and need to, bring in family members to care for them. And so we're thinking about end users with the products that we're trying to deliver. And I just wanted to share a little bit of the insight into the thinking behind what we're proposing to do with this site.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Any other cards, City Clerk? All right. Member Nelson?
Move to approve resolution number 3-2026, vacating, abandoning, and discontinuing the right-of-way.
Second.
Oh, wait a minute.
No.
With an easement to be provided for the existing water stub out within the Zerth Avenue right-of-way.
Second.
Did she get that right? I mean, my brain's fried, so I can't.
She got it. That's correct.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Again, brain's fried, so I was just making sure we're good. I have a motion by Member Nelson, second by Vice Mayor Cole. City Clerk?
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Mayor Connors?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cole?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Moscoso?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. City Manager?
Sir, we have no ordinances first reading, so move on to old business. And 11A is the Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership Programs for FY 26-27 funding recommendations. And our Neighborhood Services Director, Terry Franklin, is here to explain her staff's recommendations for allocating these funds.
Good evening. It's late, I know. You have the report before you, which provides information on the process of the review of the RFPs that our department received. Those RFPs have been analyzed and evaluated by staff. I just wanted to go over the criteria of review of the RFP real quick. The CDBG requires that the programs funded with CDBG have to benefit low or moderate income persons. We also reviewed to make sure the activity needs and justification met the CDBG program, cost reasonableness and effectiveness, activity management and implementation by the agencies, experience and past performance, matching contributions. We also looked at duplication of services. We heard that from our first meeting. And the alignment with our consolidated plan strategic goals and objectives, and of course, application completeness. Just to summarize the tasks that were involved in the process, we did issue the RFP on September 4th. That RFP did identify $42,000 in estimated funds being available. We held a technical workshop for all applicants on September 26th, which was mandatory for new applicants. 4 of the 6 applicants did attend that technical workshop. We received a total of 7 proposals. 4 were recommending funding for 4 of those proposals in your packet this evening. 3 we were unable to recommend funding for various criteria, reasons, and CDBG eligibility issues and limited funding. The RFPs went through a 3-step review process. That includes an initial review for completeness, a formal review for compliance and recommendations, and then a final concurrency among staff. The process provided independent reviews by staff and a collective recommendation for funding. Each agency provided a presentation to City Council, if you recall that, back in December, in addition to the formal review. Staff used information from both of those sources, the presentation meeting and the RFP process. During the review, where questions arose, staff did inquire with each applicant for clarifications and additional information. We did have a little bit of a challenge this year during the RFP review process. Federal executive orders were issued, which required us to obtain additional information from each applicant, and an addendum to the RFP was issued as a result of those executive orders. Inquiries were made at 2 intervals of the RFP review process with each agency concerning the limited amount of funding that the city had available, and the minimum amount of need for their programs so that they were successful. Each applicant was notified of the funding recommendations being made at this meeting and was given guidance for future application opportunities where funding could not be recommended. Some of the challenges that we find through this process is not all agency programs align with CDBG. There are internal policies and goals that agencies have that sometimes conflict with CDBG regulations, and adjustments are just not always possible at their level. We do provide annual training to prospective recipients to ensure programs are successful once they receive funding or potential funding in the future. With that, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
City Clerk, any cards? Council, no questions? Personally, I think it's tough to see some of these dollars, just the appearance of leaving Titusville. You know, don't get me wrong, like there's a lot of great agencies that serve population in Titusville, but you know, it's a perception, you know, of we're allowing some of our CDBG funds to escape. I was looking at the funding reduction request communications, and I really kind of wish North Brevard Charities could have made it work for a less of an amount, because, you know, I think that's an important nonprofit to support that is in Titusville, headquartered here, serving people here, and especially that target population. So those are just kind of my thoughts, council, as we kind of work through this. And I know everybody's brains are fried, but, you know, I really would like to see if there is a nonprofit that can do it in Titusville, us support them. Member Nelson.
I think Terry did a great job of sorting this out. And that's how it goes. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Mayor.
Member Stokel, or if there's other discussion points, so before you make a motion. Member Stokel?
Yes, in my briefing, when I first saw that we weren't giving to all, I was like, what do you mean? And I started digging, and upon getting more information, it looked like the ones that we aren't, were also missing some information. So I think to your point, I think the ones that we are not awarding, I just would like to stress the importance of certain criteria that they need to submit with their packet. And then also with whatever they're funding, I think if it seems like, hey, we are requesting X amount of dollars for this one item, and if we don't get the full amount, we cannot do the project, there's no way we can fund partially. And so we need to make it clear that whatever they're requesting, could they potentially be okay with lessening that amount and like use that money toward that? So I think to the mayor's point, I personally was disappointed to see that we were not able to give money to North Brevard Charities as well. So that would be my only thing. I think the recommendations, you did do a good job on analyzing it and making sure they meet criteria. I think that I just want us to be able to help the nonprofits in our community. And also to add to that, and I needed to do more work on this specifically, I would love to see Fighting Edge get funds and Life Point Ministries get funds for the things that they're doing as well. But I know there might be some challenges with completing the application and meeting criteria, but I probably need to work on that personally.
Thank you, Member Stokel. So, you know, kind of my point, right? We have great nonprofits in town. We got to help kind of encourage them along the way. All right, now I'll entertain a motion.
Okay. Can I say I agree with you guys? However, when an agency says giving us part of the funds, we won't be able to do the project.
Yeah, we're going to do it.
Or you take funds from everybody else and give it to one group. That makes it hard.
Yeah.
So I still think Terry did a great job.
Yep.
So my motion would be to approve the funding recommendations for the 26-27 CDBG and home grant programs.
Second.
I have a motion by Member Nelson, second by Vice Mayor Cole. City Clerk?
Mayor Connors?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cole?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Moscoso?
Yes.
Member Nelson?
Motion carries. Thank you very much.
And thank you for staying until past 11.
How much did you get, $1 million? You get $1 million, right? Yeah.
All right, thank you, Ms. Franklin. Thank you, Mr. Parrish. City Manager.
Yes, sir. Item 11B is the structural and feasibility review of the Police Hall of Fame. And this item is a follow-up to last meeting's financial report on potential acquisition of the Police Hall of Fame. And Kevin Cook will give a short presentation which summarizes the 700 pages of documents in your package, and his slides are considerably shorter.
All right, so as Tom requested, we'll make it short. Just going to go through a couple items of kind of highlighting the report. A lot of the report is structural calculations that may interest Mr. Cole, but no one else.
Thanks, Kevin.
You're welcome. Introduction, Police Hall of Fame is a 52,000 square foot building. It's 6350 Horizon Drive, a little over 5 acres, and comprises 146 existing parking spaces. So the consultant looked at 3 options to try to fit what we previously sized at 68,000 square feet, the previous application of the public safety complex. Within the footprint of the site and the existing building, option A, adding a 16,000 square foot addition to the building, option B, essentially fitting in the existing building, and option C, adding 21,000 square feet to the existing building. Just to go back in time a little bit, this was the conceptual layout of the public safety complex main building, which was considered to be the police and fire headquarters. The other 2 buildings on the site were logistics and an additional fire station when they were all going to be co-located together. Option A took the existing footprint of the building, kept 1 lane of the firing range, added 16,000 square feet to the west, and I think laid everything except for code enforcement into the same building, and no fire services within the building. Option B stayed within the confines of the building, took both lanes of the gun range out to make room for needs of the police department, and consolidate everything within the 50,000 square foot footprint of the existing building. And option C, the most robust, added 21,000 square foot to the existing, maintained both lanes of the gun range for use, and expanded the building to the west. One of the big issues with the site was parking considerations. The original complex needed 312 parking spaces to serve the community, PD staff, and stored vehicles, which would necessitate about 146 additional spaces at this site. There are the possibility of some additional land to the west that the hotel is reserving additional room for to facilitate additional parking if needed. And then the big lift was the structural condition review. The designer went through 3 iterations of review, first being Florida Building Code, raising it to risk category 4. Second iteration is raising it to hurricane shelter standard, which is the ICC standard, and the third option going to tornado shelter standards. Design option 2 was selected under Florida Building Code 423, requiring anyone housing a 911 call center and EOC must be designed to hurricane shelters, which significantly raised the structural needs of the building.
Yes, Vice Mayor. Your mic's not on.
Oh, when you said hurricane conditions, you know, when we discussed it before, we talked about 170 miles an hour. We won't have 170 mile an hour hurricane here. I mean, I don't even know if there've ever been one that's 170 miles an hour.
Probably not, but the category 4 risk for that site is 167, like 167 and a half.
167 and a half. Okay, maybe we've had some of those.
So that was I did look at the hurricane mapping of the wind load.
Yeah.
So
that's what option 2 is, to design that roof and that total building to withstand winds of 170 miles an hour. Correct. You know, when we had Hurricane Floyd and had all 4 shuttles at Kennedy Space Center, the buildings could only withstand winds of 110, 120. Now, that was back in the 2000s, but that just seems pretty high.
Yeah, and that is a challenge with the existing building. It was designed for 120 today, so that's, if you follow through, this is, I'm not gonna read all these. This is structural conditions, a lot of strengthening of structural members, the roof seams. Most of the steel framing all had to be strengthened to bring it up to that wind load. And then kind of the next key piece is a rough order of magnitude estimate. They did compare the full footprint versus a renovation cost. We kind of went through this. This is just a slide kind of demonstrating that this is a class 5 estimate considered conceptual in nature, which is why we gave a -20 to +50% range. That estimate would refine as the system went forward to full project design and into construction. But this is kind of a summary of what we provided previously with our bond consultant, was to talk about a new build option versus the renovation option, the low end 640 versus, we'll get it $33 million for renovation plus $66 million for a new complex sitting on vacant land. And the $33 million is exclusive of the acquisition cost. So, again, I won't read all this to you, but this is a summary of a pro-con that the consultant went through. A couple of advantages, very few windows, which facilitates an EOC. It is already sprinklered with a riser, and it is available. So that was within their pros. Again, we'll run through the cons. There were some cons related to the gun range, needing to be inspected, needing to be upgraded, concerns with site security, PD needing a very secure site. That building does have accessibility on many sides of it today. Then just again, a summary of financial analysis from previously. Debt service range from a little less than $3 million to a little over $4 million. Just to put that in perspective, that's about 13% of our current ad valorem budget to 20% of our ad valorem, or a little less than 5% of the entire general fund to 7.5% of the general fund in today's numbers. Some alternatives that we kind of presented last time too: to renovate the existing PD, continue your effort for a new PD building. Coming to, when we've added exploring a private partnership to build and then lease back to the city, which takes away the capital cost to the city, but does extend the lease. And then some options to use the proceeds if we were to sell the existing Titusville Police facility. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Something I would like to say, I think in this, fiscal market, if you want to say, as a government, not knowing our future revenues, I think it'd be ill-advised of us to take on this level of debt at this moment. I do think it's still a worthwhile exercise to maybe explore some public-private partnerships so that we don't have debt. But, the analysis needs to come back. What were we paying in maintenance? What are these loss of efficiencies that we're experiencing, probably in electric because these windows are old, or just all the regular maintenance and day-to-day, I think needs to kind of come into account, and us kind of just continue to explore the process as we look at, as Member Moscoso brought up at the last meeting, City Hall, fire, police. I mean, they're all kind of long overdue, but I think the debt is kind of where I'm stopping at. Member Moscoso?
Yeah, so this study, did you say we spent 30,000 instead of the 150 we had allotted? Wasn't that, I felt like.
Yeah, it was like 33.5, I think, was the final amount.
Okay, so, and then we had talked about spending up to what, 150?
Had a budget allocated, but, but it only cost 33.
I'm following Palm Bay as kind of going through something similar, and what they're doing, as much as I don't like to do a ton of studies, this could be something we look into, is they just spent $78,000 to do they have a contract, I'm just going to read it off, with the Center for Public Safety to conduct a comprehensive staff study. And so what it does is it analyzes call volume, patrol deployment, minimal staffing, all of these things, and it does the staff study. With the staff study, it determines how many people the department needs today and the future, and also the space that they need, and it calculates how much building those people require, which I thought was interesting. And one of the quotes from that meeting, the guy said, every square foot in law enforcement facility has a dollar sign attached to it. And so I think we have to be very mindful of what do we actually need. So we might not be in the position right now to purchase this building. But perhaps we start with a study to see what do we actually need. If we are going to build or if we're going to renovate, what does that look like? And so I just think that could be an option as well if we don't want to shut the project down completely and we want to move forward with knowing perhaps we use some of the funds that we had allocated for this for a study, or at least just explore the option of what that would look like.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
You know, in listening to the mayor and Member Moscoso, you know, I don't think we're ever, and I'm talking about future, between City Hall and the police, that's like $130 million. I mean, I think we're going to continue to kick the can down the road. And I understand why. We don't want to incur that kind of debt. But Mayor Connor's made a good point. And I don't know how many cities are doing the public-private things. I know we did it. We, Parish Medical Center, did it at Titus Landing because we lease the building at Titus Landing. I know we need these things, and I mean, I can't see us spending this kind of money, really.
Well, I can tell you that that is a growing trend among municipalities and counties, that just the high initial capital hurdle is too much for many cities to absorb. So they look at having a third party come in, design, build a facility, and then lease it back to the entity for a longer period of time, 99 years or whatever, and that way you spread out the debt. So that's becoming an option, and if council desires, we could have someone come in and do an informational of what that would look like.
Thank you very much. Palm Bay also had the idea to sell their water utility the last meeting, so that was a fun conversation. They were going to privatize it. They were thinking about exploring it, but Member Nelson.
I like the idea. I'd love to have more information, but just as a sort of aside, there are 7.42 acres where Wild Ocean is, right next to the Sheriff's Department. It is for sale, $2.5 million. And of course, the strip mall is separate, but the 2 acres, or 2 parcels together, is basically 7.5 acres. And to me, it would be cool to have our police right in the center of town, where they were accessible all the way around. It wasn't like they're way down on the south end of town. Something happens on the north end where they have to travel. So I don't know what the cost would be for a new building. Although looking in here, I don't know if I can count that high. But maybe looking at something like that with a public-private partnership might be good. To me, that would sort of uplift that whole area. You've got the school there, and I think they sold the West Spring Hill School for $1 million. And that was 15 acres.
We rezoned it.
Yeah. Yeah, we did.
It's community commercial now.
Yeah. But I mean, that would be a beautiful parcel. Again, you're right in the middle of town. You're uplifting a low-income area, helping it out, maybe providing jobs in that area. So I would rather see us do something like that than go way down to the south end of town.
Thank you, Member Nelson. Member Stokel?
Yes, no, I agree with everything everyone said. I think for me, before we spend any more funds, I'd almost like to go back a little bit and maybe revisit the idea of the industrial engineer or a consultant to come in and help us see where we can become more efficient. Our council retreat, where we as a board identify priorities, and then we can set realistic timelines and goals for okay, our aging city hall, we have the oldest city hall in the county. What does our public safety complex, what would that look like? To Megan's point, how many people do we need to house there, and how big does it need to be? And then stormwater, what we keep talking about, making sure, so for me, before we spend money, I'd like to kind of prioritize things and then set some realistic dates and timelines of, okay, this is when we're going to focus on this, and this is what a budget could look like. This is where we'll ask for state appropriations, which we could potentially get, matching grants, private-public partnerships, including in that looking at all surrounding city property, that not that we own, but that comes up, because I did not know about Wild Ocean and that property, and just kind of thinking through and seeing, can we take inventory of potential vacant land? But those are a lot of things that we would need to, and that's what I'm hoping in our council retreat, we can start to kind of work through this and see how can we prioritize as a board.
City manager, is there a state statute that dictates how many police officers we need?
I'm not sure of a state statute. I know there's concurrency requirements for the number of sworn officers.
Yeah. I think a lot of that dictates our staffing level in the
I
same
know we're
with fire.
below that, I think we want 2.4, and we're at like 2.1 per thousand.
Okay. So, I mean, a lot of it's kind of driven above our purview, so to speak, but, the facility is kind of within our control. Member Nelson?
I was going to say, there's one other piece of property that the city owns, and it is over by, yeah. Why are you shaking your head?
Because there's a better use for that property.
How do you know which property? How do you know which one?
I'm reading minds. Reading minds.
Okay, it's next to Stan Johnson property.
No, you're right. I was wrong. I was 100% wrong.
Yeah. And what is that, 15 acres?
But it's all wetlands, isn't it?
Is it all wetlands?
Yeah, most of Stan's property is wetlands.
No, our part. Not his
Our part?
Our part.
No, the whole back end is wetlands, the front end is the storage for stormwater.
Okay. Okay, we'll skip that idea.
All right. Does anybody want to make a motion to give any staff direction, or are we just kind of putting it aside for right now? Member Nelson?
I think the consensus is we're putting it to the side.
All right. Well, then no motion is really required. If we're not providing any direction, then it just kind of dies. So, we all good? Good. All good. All right. We'll discuss more. Thank you very much for your willingness to read the 700-800 pages and break it down for us. City manager?
The next item is new business, 12A, discussion of the city internal order based on a request from council at an earlier meeting. There's two attachments. One is a memo from the city attorney, and the other is a memo from the current internal auditor, who is describing responsibilities and what she does in her day-to-day job. She's not here this evening. However, she has offered, at council's desire, to meet one-on-one with each one of you to go over her duties, responsibilities, and maybe get some insight as to what she does as the internal auditor.
Thank you very much. City clerk, are there any cards in this matter? Yes, sir. All right. Member Nelson, I'll call on you, but I just kind of wanted to kick it off since this is kind of an item I brought up. Again, I think it's very important that we kind of have that checks and balances in government, and that, the internal auditor kind of report to the board. With that being said, the internal auditor needs to retain their autonomy to do what they need to do. So that's where my recommendation, I don't know if you guys remember back to the September meeting during budget, is we should basically have one person kind of be that liaison between the internal auditor and the board, so that they can make the reports to, let's just use the vice mayor as placeholder, because let's be honest, there's no real responsibilities. And then that person just report back to the board, so that this person's not inundated with, things. I'm not saying that we can't talk to them. It's just create that process, so that there's definitely a system there. And then I would also state that no member of council would be able to direct an internal audit investigation. unless they have the consent of council, I think is very, very critical. Because this is something that, again, needs to be impartial and let them do what they need to do on a day-in, day-in basis. But it is important that we are kept in the loop as what's going on, what the findings are, and what is happening, so that we know how to conduct ourselves from a policy standpoint to make sure that the city's taxpayer funds are used accordingly and appropriately with that. So, Member Nelson.
Okay. I would like to kick this can. Well, because it is 11:35 and we're only safe until midnight. So it would give us a chance to sit down and talk to our auditor.
Okay.
And find out exactly what she does.
Okay.
And then actually have a serious discussion on it instead of trying to do this at midnight.
I completely agree. I think it's an important thing that we needed to bring up and discuss. Member Stokel?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'd like time to discuss and have a one-on-one with our city internal auditor, and then maybe we can revisit this at another meeting.
Yeah, and because we can't talk any other time, I was just letting you know my thoughts on it, because clearly I've been thinking about it for a while. Member Moscoso.
Yeah, and last night at League of Cities, I spoke with our former interim city attorney, Jim Stokes, and I spoke to him about this a little bit, and he was going to email me a document. I can't remember which city it was, but he said it's the best practice that he's seen. And so I'd really like to get that as well and get that distributed, and then we talk to the internal auditor just to get some different ideas.
All right. Do you want a motion to table it? Postponed.
Okay. So I would move to postpone this item.
Second?
I was going to.
Oh.
But
She was looking at her
But
calendar.
you were saying postpone February 24th?
Does that give everybody enough time? All right.
Second?
Motion by Member Nelson, second by Vice Mayor Cole. I already called the cards. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, now we're at petitions and requests from the public, present non-agenda items. None. All right, thank you very much. Mayor and council's reports. I'm going to pass on my report, and I hope council will do that as well. Okay, thank you very much. City manager, your report.
Sir, unfortunately, my computer has died, but I do have the city manager report memorized. So there's two action items. The first is selecting dates for the budget workshop and the public hearings. I believe for the budget workshop, I have the August 4th and August 18th. And our finance manager indicated that if at all possible, the primary date would be better because it's earlier in the month. And if there's a need for a second workshop, we can schedule one before the public hearing. So, but both dates would work, but they would prefer to have it earlier in the month in case you need another workshop to clarify anything. And then for the first hearing, I know that there's no leeway because there's a conflict with the county and the school board. So that date is kind of set in stone. And the last two, I think, are 21st and 23rd. Those two dates would be at council's desire. Either one would work.
All right. Typically, we do these on Wednesday. So I think if we go Tuesday for the first one, the 4th, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's 4th or 18th, in my opinion. But if we're doing a Wednesday for the first public hearing, I think it'd make sense to do a Wednesday for the second public hearing. But again, hopefully everybody's checking their calendars. Any other opinions?
Sorry,
Member Moscoso.
I go to school on Wednesday nights, so I can't on that night. But if we did, if I could miss one night of school, so I can miss one Wednesday.
Because you're really smart.
Yeah, I'm very smart. No.
I'm okay with it, any of the dates.
Okay.
Could we repeat the dates again? I'm sorry.
So for the first one, it's August 4th or August 18th at 5 p.m. They're both a Tuesday.
I would say August 18th. I think that is the primary election night.
So let's do the 4th.
Yeah.
Then the first public hearing of the 9th, we're kind of locked in on that Wednesday.
Yep.
So September 9th for that. And then to accommodate Member Moscoso, is everybody good with September 21st, the Monday?
Yes.
Okay. It seems like we're all in agreement. So the 4th, the 9th, and the 21st, correct?
So the next action item is to go ahead and implement a summer recess, which traditionally you've done for eons. And that would give you a break from June 10th to July 13th. And that coincides with the county summer recess.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
I'll third.
I have a motion and I have a second for the summer recess. Any public comment on this item? Where's Mr. Johnson when you need him? Huh? What'd you say? Okay.
And just three more.
Hold on. We didn't take the vote yet. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
I do have three more informational items. One, there's a community care resource fair on the 19th of February, and the flyer details the various services and food truck, and it's a good opportunity for information to get about services available through the Harry T. Moore Center. The second item is the draft request for the RFP for the Employee Health Benefits Advisor, and what we're doing is we'd like to put that out there for council, and then I would get feedback from mayor and council, and we would incorporate it into the final RFP for your approval. But I wanted to get a draft out there for council to come back at potentially the next meeting, and with your input. And the last item is just one of the last surveys for the flash vote on public trees. And that's my report.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Did anybody read the RFP for benefits consultant?
I'm deferring to you, Mayor Connors.
What I thought was interesting, it was a request for a proposal for employee benefit and HR consulting. And I thought that was kind of interesting because, I operate within my scope of practice as a benefits broker, right, as an insurance agent, but I have no really scope of practice to give HR advice. So I think that was kind of an overlap that needs to be corrected. But there was a lot of things that I think that it seemed to be intentionally written for the incumbent to win. Because if you look at the scoring analytics, because I know Joe's not here for me to ask him these questions, so I'm just going to say these things out loud. On page, whatever page this is, I don't have page numbers. Understanding the scope and technical approach, 30% points. That's pretty arbitrary. Experience with public sector benefit program, 25 points, 25%. Qualifications of assigned staff, 15%. Analytical, compliance, and risk management capabilities, 15%. Cost and price transparency, 15%. So for me, the question is just because you have experience in the public sector doesn't inherently make that you're good at what you do. It just means you have experience in the public sector. Because what happens is the first question on here was give us, in the last 5 years, all the public sector clients you worked with. Okay. Public sector clients across this entire county are hemorrhaging money on their benefits plan. So why would we want to hire somebody that's given bad advice somewhere else and bring them on to us? Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah. So I think a higher concentration needs to be on analytical compliance and risk management, a track record of saving plans money and delivering high results to the members. Because when you have it set up like this, it's going to be one digital locked in Gary Gruber Gallagher. They're going to win because the whole RFP was crafted on the firm as a whole. Well, the firm as a whole, these massive brokerages, of course, have public sector clients all across the world, and they can go, look at all these things that we do. But at the end of the day, who are they assigning this case to? Maybe somebody way down there, right? So a big thing that I think is important is to ask very specific questions on, are you a broker? Are you a consultant? Are you an advisor? You can kind of start off with these type of questions as to the mindset and the ideology. I think having a Health Rosetta certification is critical. This is something that I don't even have.
What is it?
It's a higher form of education in terms of the philosophy of being self-funded. So for information, we are a self-funded plan.
Right.
It is the city's money, partially insured. That's not a real thing. All right. So for all intents and purposes, for ERISA, we are full or self-insured. So we got to have people that really, really specialize in being self-insured, not fully insured or these kind of crazy strategies. And what I thought was even the most crazy is the whole last week's presentation was about pharmacy, right? Not one question in here about pharmacy. That's where the biggest meat on this bone is in terms of pharmacy and making sure that we're driving effective cost reductions, not only for our plan, but for our employees. Good example, I took my wife's previous employer had a prescription that was like $40 a month for me. No big deal, but you pay it. Now that she works at Parish, we go to the local pharmacy in Parish. I give her the same prescription for $4. That's the kind of results that you're looking at trying to drive for the members, but it's also a cost savings for the plan. And nowhere in here does it talk about steerage, because there's a lot of references to high performance network, but nobody really defines what that is. And you don't want a high performance network. You want a high performance plan, right? Because that's our money as a city. Is that plan using its dollars cost effectively to make good purchases, steer the employee to the best doctors at the best results for the best price? And that can be done.
How would you change the evaluation criteria?
Well, I would put an incredible amount of weight on experience and past performance mechanisms, not in the public sector. And the private sector is where you're seeing needles being moved, because remember when One Digital came before us a year ago, they were $3 million over a budget at the county level, and all they did to fix it was they raised the budget. If you did that in the private sector, you'd be fired.
So, but as a number 6, I'm looking at the evaluation criteria.
Yeah, so number 6 would be track record of results, reversing the trend.
Okay.
That's what I want to see, because if you're losing money year over year or costs keep going up and up and up, what are you doing? What track records do you have to take a pivot and go 180 with it?
So maybe that should be 1, and that should be the 30 points.
I mean, I'm definitely,
Oh, I'm sorry. So maybe that should be number 1, and the other criteria should slip down, and that should be the 30%.
yeah, I'm definitely fine with that being the 30%. I think the public sector benefits needs to kind of come out of there, personally. And if it doesn't come out of there, then I think we need to compare like to like. And what I mean by that is if you've worked with the municipal government within, say, 50 miles, then you should provide a per member, per month, total plan spend year over year for the last 5 years so we can see your trend. If you say you work with, Brevard County or BPS or COCO, and, if you're going to get credit for that as I work with public sector, but you're hemorrhaging money while you do that, I think there should be a ding against you. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense. So we want to weight that more, those two more. So maybe those are 20% each. Does that make sense?
So I think track record of results of reducing the trend should be top. I think qualifications, analytical compliance, risk management capabilities with that health Rosetta component should be like number 2. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
So.
And then experience with public sector.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna read over your shoulder. It's easy.
Yeah, Mayor, I was going to ask, do you have a proposed percentage for each area that we can just think?
No, I
Okay.
didn't come up with a proposed percentage. What I did was I came up with a list of questions one should ask when hiring a benefits broker.
That's fair.
So you're talking about analytical compliance, risk management capabilities, right? With the Rosetta.
With the, experience and, this together, not necessarily experience with public sector, but just experience, analytical compliance, and, technical qualifications with this. These two kind of go together with the health Rosetta. Sorry, I jumbled that up, my words.
So experience with.
Public sector is fine, but they got to provide the data to back it up.
Experience with benefits program.
Mm-hmm.
Analytical compliance and risk management capabilities.
With qualifications.
So you're actually combining all 3.
No, I accidentally bumbled this with that, so I apologize. So number 1 should be again, it's late. This is the problem with late
I
meetings. Track record of results, reversing the trend should be number 1. Number 2 should be qualifications of assigned staff, analytical, compliance, risk management capabilities.
Okay.
So these 2 combined.
Hold on. So we're doing track record for number 1.
Yes.
Right?
But can everybody hear our conversation? Okay.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I put track record as number 1.
Yes.
Okay. Number 2, you're talking about what?
Qualifications of assigned staff.
Qualifications of assigned staff. Okay.
And then that includes the health Rosetta. I'm trying to get somebody that's better than me, okay? Because I'm not qualified to do this, but I know how to judge who is qualified.
That's fair.
Okay. So you're talking about those 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then 3 would be.
Analytical?
Analytical, yeah.
And then did you want to do cost and price next, or experience with benefit programs?
I think experience with benefit programs.
Okay.
I think cost and price kind of are my 5%.
Okay.
Because again, you're willing to pay a little bit more if you're getting a little bit more bang for your buck, right, in terms of advice. And I've even seen a lot of municipalities and not necessarily municipalities, but larger companies, they pay a fixed fee to their broker that's kind of low year over year. And then they also then incentivize them with a cost of savings. And I think that's important to think about so that everybody's aligned on the same vision, that we're trying to drive down costs, we're trying to provide more efficient, effective services. So there's different ways to slice up compensation so that we get somebody that's willing to do the job at the.
What about understanding scope and technical approach? That one was the highest percentage.
Okay.
Understanding what their job is?
I'm asking
I
your
really
opinion.
hope that's not a question.
Okay.
It's like if you hired a lawyer, hey, do you know what you're supposed to be doing?
Do you know which way to the statute book? Okay, number 5 then would be track record of results.
Number 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we have a number 5?
So I think we have 5, if we include the cost and price transparency at a 5%, and then we remove the understanding of scope and technical approach. We have 5 listed there, and then I think we just need to determine percentages.
But let me just, now, where did you incorporate the portion that they should have experience working with self-funded?
I think that's with the experience.
That's what the.
And we just took out public sector, so we made it more broad.
Okay, I'm good.
Because there's a lot of, you could have 100 employees enrolled in your health plan and be self-insured.
So is it more, okay, we got 5% for costs, price transparency. Okay, and you said the track record was most important, correct? So 25%?
I'd say make it 30.
I'd say, yeah, probably at least 30.
Okay. Qualification or
That was
of
number
his
2.
staff. 25?
Well, let's try 25, and then we'll
Yeah.
see what percentages we get at once we. So right now, we've allocated out 60%, so that leaves us with 40% more.
So analytical and experience, 20% each? I hope you can read this.
Oh, yeah. 20% each. Well,
20.
no, we got number 5 still.
That's 5%.
5%.
Yeah.
So this is what we currently have to amend. Track record, 30%, qualifications, 25%, analytical compliance, 20%, experience with benefits programs, 20%, cost and price transparency, 5%.
Is that a motion?
I'm okay with it,
repeat
and this is, again, not my area of expertise. I do want to make sure we get the best for our city, so.
Before you make a motion, I would also hope to include questions that I have written up here about high-performance components of a high-performance plan so that we get real-time data on, okay, have you done this, like transparent advisor relationship, high-performance plan design, docs, risk management, independent active administration oversight, value-based primary care and patient stewardship, transparent open networks, direct contracts, and reference-based pricing, major specialties and outlier patients.
This is a questionnaire you would want included for the applicants to fill out with the RFP.
Yes, so I have a list of questions that I think make a lot of sense in terms of how we do this. So again, we kind of ironed out like the rankings, but how do you get to those rankings? is
I would
important
make
that
that
you have
motion.
The questions, right?
The second would hold.
Again, I apologize, my brain's fried.
No,
at
it's
this
okay.
point.
I think that we all know that this is your area of expertise, and it is not for most of us, so it looks like you're still sticking to the same core criteria. We
Yes.
edited the percentages, and I think that if you have questions from your experience, we can definitely include that with the RFP, so that would be my motion. Just to reiterate for the record, track record, 30%, qualifications, 25% analytical and compliance, 20% experience with benefits program, 20% cost and price transparency, 5%.
Second.
Megan said she third.
By
Any
the way,
comments?
you have 3 minutes.
Yes. All right. No cards in the matter. I'm assuming y'all don't want to say anything. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Appreciate your guys' time. I think we accomplished a lot in the last, hour and 30 minutes or whatever we had to get things done. But still a lot more work to do, and I appreciate all the citizens that were here tonight. City Attorney, you're on the agenda, but I don't think you have anything. Am I correct? Awesome, very much. Member Nelson, make your favorite motion.
Let's get out of here.
Yes.